All right. Sorry, I'm a little bit late, guys. This actually premiered a couple minutes ago, but I'm going to check it out now because I haven't watched it yet. So this is the Golgfag gameplay showcase.
What you're about to see is pre-alpha footage of Omens of Destruction. This was recorded months in advance, so there's still some placeholders in game. We're really hard at work right now and can't wait for you to get your hands on it at release.
Loud, boastful, and in charge.
Golgfag man-eater's hungry, and he's on a mission.
Golgfag sets up his camps, takes on some contracts, beats up everyone in the area, heads off again.
Money, meat, and the open road. Life's good when the loot's flowing. What more could an ogre possibly need? Golgfag man-eater. Are you his friend? Or his food? If you've coin, you can placate him, at least for a time. Yes, if the price is right, Golgfag will fight for any cause. But there's one closest to his heart. His stomach.
So can you hire him as the player?
Forget fame, forget sprawling hosts and great nations. Golgfag hungers for bounties and meals of mammoth proportions. And lucky for us, we've stumbled upon a buffet. I don't know why Ostlund and Nordland are fighting, but they've money and hate enough between them to keep us interested for a picnic or two. We'll bleed both sides dry and move on. An easy feat with the man-eater trait. Increased income from post-battle loot and decreased upkeep for man-eater units makes Golgfag a ravenous plague of an ogre. No surprise that he's the most successful and well-travelled of his kind. I'd expect no less from the official 100th legendary lord, despite what Andrew may have claimed in his showcase. But even living legends fall on hard times. We've a crummy camp, forlorn funds, and a lamentable larder. Our lads are eager to build up their loot piles, and a rumbling belly is to an ogre what peace is to a greenskin. Just unacceptable. Best get raiding. Raiding's a bit like reading if you're an illiterate ogre, so do browse our blog for a deeper dive into any of the mechanics, characters, and units introduced in this showcase. Now then, I'm Peckish. Roast bull, anyone?
Golgfag brings his loud, boastful personality into combat, and you'll quickly see this as he's tearing through enemy infantry, or just bogging down larger infantry such as cavalry or monsters. But one unique aspect he brings in for the ogres is the ability to take range shots or pop shots at enemy infantry.
Golgfag, he can go anywhere, work for anyone, and get involved in anything he wants to. The downside of that, though, is that the more time he helps out other factions, the less time he is building up his own economy. Golgfag sets up his camp, sacks and raises to get all the meat and loot he can from the surrounding area, and maybe he finds a contract to work for someone. He'll go and take on their enemies, beat up them, and then he finds the next contract somewhere else.
We've eaten, raised, and sacked our way through bickering menfolk and exotically seasoned green things to find ourselves in Ostermark, a land ripe with war, which can only mean fresh contracts. Golgfag's contracts are a unique way to meet new people, see the world, and make a little bit of pocket money, but they shouldn't be confused with Ogre Kingdom's contracts, which have been renamed to bounties and have had their own tweaks. Golgfag's contracts are entirely different, giving Total War Warhammer its first proper mercenary faction.
They can double up though, so you can have a
when we set up
bounty and a
camp in a
contract
new
for the
region,
same
the warring
faction.
factions of that region are eager for us to
contracts
turn the
with this
tide
order
of their
complete if
silly
you do
little
so.
squabbles.
Sorry, I just talked about it.
Yay, action. Essentially, when we set up camp in a new region, the warring factions of that region are eager for us to turn the tide of their silly little squabbles. Yeah, I get it, Countbat. Face the Empire's real mean. You got gold, or are we just chin-wagging? Oh, now we're cooking. Alright, yeah, we're in. With the contract accepted, we've now a turn limit to fulfill the requirements and reap the rewards. To fulfill the contract, we must take aggressive actions against the target faction or factions to gain points towards an overall goal. Once that goal is met, the contract's fulfilled, and we can either stay employed to the client or take our loot and find new business elsewhere. Of course, once that contract's fulfilled, there's nothing preventing us from turning around and accepting a new one from the faction we previously terrorized.
Yeah, so you can stay you can once you've achieved the target points or whatever, you can just end it straight away and get the full reward, or you can keep going and you can get some additional rewards, monetary rewards on top of that. But yeah, and it's kind of cool. You don't yeah, you don't have like the negative diplomatic effects of going to war with factions if you're under a contract. So you can just, yeah, you can like go and take a contract for one faction to fight another one, wreck that faction completely when you're again, you know, under contract. Then after the contract's over, they're not angry with you or anything because, you know, you're under contract. So it wasn't you that sort of did it, if you know what I mean. And with the normal ogre contracts, so normal ogre contracts will just spawn constantly, just random contracts, and they'll just give you a reward for whatever target that it is. And then so they're called bounties now. Yeah, is that right? Yeah, so the normal ogre bounties, they just spawn all the time. So yeah, so if you can happen to, like, if you can coordinate them, like if you have a bounty to kill, to, you know, blow up Drakenhof or something, and then you get a and then you can get a contract to fight against Vlad or whatever, and do it at the same time.
Yeah, I get it, Mutton Chop. Vampires are real mean, but they're also quite lean from a meat perspective, so you're on your own, mate. Set up shop, fight for the locals, eat the locals, take their gold and move on. That's the life for Golgfag. Each contract takes us further and further afield, our camp forever trailing behind us. Wherever there is war, there are contracts. Some are tempting, but not always in the direction of our heart's desire. In this way, Golgfag edges ever closer to his mammoth meal. Northward then, into Kislev, or, as we like to call it, the Frozen Isle.
Who gives out the bounties? The bounties used to have a issuer. See, each one comes from a certain faction. So this Legion of Asgore are paying you to kill this guy. Clan Treachery are paying you to kill this guy. Yeah, I noticed that there was
against the target faction.
Some of the contracts were longer. I haven't noticed any like too long.
Take their gold and move on. That's the life for Golgfag.
Yeah, so when you first start off, the early ones are like they're for like 5 turns or 6 turns or something. So you can see here there's some that are going for like 10 turns, and they've got like the starting ones had a target points of like 200 points or whatever, and like 5 turns, 250 points maybe in 5 turns. There's like 7 turns, 500 points, 10 turns, 800 points.
Each contract takes.
So I'm not sure how it calculates this, but you also notice these guys are at war, like the Orthodoxy are at war with 2 factions. So you've got more targets, I guess.
Further and further.
And you can see, no, there was one
revealed our camp forever trailing behind us. Wherever there is war, there are contracts.
Oh yeah, here we go. Oh yeah, here you see Reichland, 13 turns. They're at war with 3 different factions. So maybe it's just like, I don't know. Maybe it's a combination, like maybe, I don't know. It's probably like a combination of like how many factions they're at war with. Yeah, I think we saw this actually, I think it said it in the blog. I think it's a combination of how many factions are at war with, and the strength of all of these 3 factions added together equals the turn limit and the target. So yeah, so in the early game, all the factions are weaker. So so when you first take your first faction, your first one is like Ostland versus Nordland. They're both minor factions that only have like 3 settlements or whatever, and like the smallest armies, so they're only a small time limit. As you go later into the campaign, where it's on 2031, probably half the factions are dead by now, and the remaining ones are twice the size. So even a single faction, like this one, is 434 instead of 250 because Azag's probably like twice the size of those original starting factions.
Some are tempting, but not always in the direction of our heart's desire. In this way, Golgfag edges ever closer to his mammoth meal. Northward then, into Kislev, or, as we like to call it, the Frozen Isle.
Contracts are really exciting. It's a completely new lens on the Warhammer world. Normally, you look at territory as, I need to go get this for myself. That's just my new expansion. But now you consider, there's a nice contract here. Do I actually work for someone else and give the land to them? Maybe double cross them later and give it to somebody else. And later again, maybe it should be yours after all.
The current army ability system for the ogres doesn't necessarily take into account.
Yeah, so you can. So you get you get a lot of points towards your contract from killing enemy armies, but you can gift the settlement to the client. So here you can see, it's a bit blurry, but so here we're taking over Kislev, right? Can we see what?
Here, do I this for myself?
It's
That's just my new
32.
expansion. But now you consider
32 in Prague. So I'm guessing if that's Prague there, I'm guessing we're taking Kislev within like 3 turns of this. It's turn 30, so Kislev's like, I don't know, tier 3? Or Kislev tier 3, or maybe tier 4 by turn 30?
there's a nice contract here. Do I actually work for someone else and give the
So yeah, so what I'm getting at is that if you gift the settlement to the client in this example here, then you're going to get 163 points towards your target. So we're looking at the targets before. So if you're, if you're in the early game, your target might be like 250, 5 turns or whatever. If you're in the mid, like around this time, 1030, your target might be like, 800, 500, 800, 1200 even, depending on how many enemies that you've got. And their army is going to be worth like 300, 400 maybe each, just for the armies. So my point I'm trying to make is that the gifting of the settlements, like Sean here is sort of saying, is it Sean that was talking? I think he's sort of saying that you have to choose whether you're going to take the contract and give the settlements to your allies, or you're going to take the contract but or you're going to keep it for yourself, whatever. But what you can do is take the contract, kill the enemy's armies to get the points up, but then just not gift the settlements, just keep the settlements for yourself. So yeah, the settlements are like the settlements aren't worth as much as the armies. So yeah, you could just keep the settlements for yourself, and then you could sell the settlements for gold if you wanted to.
the land to them, maybe double cross them later and give it to somebody else, and later again, maybe it should be yours after all.
Yeah. So you see,
The current
so even if you, and in that example as well, even if you,
Now you consider there's a nice contract here. Do I actually work for someone else and give? Yeah. Do I actually work for someone else?
Yeah, so sorry as well. So you gifted the client for 163, or even if you just occupy it for yourself, you still get 65 extra. Whatever contract points. So it's actually only like 100 points that you're really getting for gifting it.
And give the land to them, maybe double cross them later and give it to somebody else, and later again, maybe it should be yours after all.
The current army ability system for the ogres doesn't necessarily take into account what they're all about. They're these large creatures that's all about charging into combat and tenderizing any target that's in their way. Through the rework, we're going to be changing that, so every unit that's charging on the battlefield, the player will progressively gain points to spend on their army abilities.
Ogres in Warhammer 3 are already a great race, but we felt that it was missing a little bit of the nomad fantasy that comes from the tabletop. So now we've made camps more important, allowing them to move, changing how they build. We've also made meat more important to emphasize sacking and raiding. So when ogres turn up to your territory, it's trouble and you need to get rid of them as soon as possible.
Great Orthodoxy, Ice Court, they taste the same, so what are they fighting about? Don't know, don't.
So
now we've made camps more important, allowing them to move, changing how they build. We've also made meat more important.
So you can transfer from your armies in this interface to any of your camps. This is like a global thing. You don't need to be in range or anything. But yeah, and you can only transfer from your armies to your camps. You can't transfer from your camps back to your armies. So you don't want you want to make sure you don't ever, like, they put his meat down to 55. You wouldn't want to do that, like, because you might have like a like a gift, like dedication to the Maw or whatever that costs you 20 per turn, or you might have like 4 dedications to the Maw costing you 80 per turn, plus your army. This army's costing 18 per turn. You know what I mean? Like, you wouldn't want to put that down to 55 if your army's costing 18 per turn, sort of thing. But yeah, it's obviously just an example. And yeah, and you use the meat to
emphasize sacking and raiding. So when ogres turn,
which I think
important, allowing them to they build. We've also made meat more important to emphasize sacking and raiding. So when ogres turn up to your territory, it's trouble from the tabletop.
Yeah. So see, the build cost is just, there's no gold build cost for buildings. It's just meat. So yeah, so turn 1 you can just start building stuff with using your meat. There's no growth either. There's no growth, no population, no money cost. It's just meat is all you need. Meat and turn times. So it costs two turns to build this. Then you'll have to build this. It'll take 3 turns or whatever, and you know, etc. etc. They've also changed the tier of everything. So there's there you can see fire bellies on tier 2. And again, there's nothing blocking tier 2. It's just meat. So you on 2 turns build this, then you can start building the next thing and get the fire bellies. So yeah, so that's kind of an interesting difference.
So now we've made camps more important, allowing them to move, changing how they build. We've also made meat more important.
Yeah, so you can move
to emphasize sacking and raiding. So when ogres turn up to your territory, it's
meat
trouble, and you need to get rid of them as soon as possible.
Yeah, that's like, where did he come? How did he get to that? He said, like, if ogres turn up in your territory, you have to get rid of them as soon as possible. They're trouble, and you have to get rid of them as soon as possible. I feel like that was not connected to what he was just talking about. He was
territory, it's trouble, and you. So when ogres turn up to your territory, it's trouble, and you need to get rid of them as soon as possible.
Yeah, that was weird. Like, he's talking about camps, and he's talking about how they've changed the thing, and then he's saying ogres are bad, you got to get rid of them. I don't really get what the connection is between those two sentences. And like, yeah, like if ogres turn up, then, you know, like ogres used to be kind of cool because you would be able to get them as mercenaries, right? So yeah, but now they're bad. I don't know. Maybe, yeah, no, maybe there's supposed to be some more information there.
Great Orthodoxy, Ice Court, they taste the same, so what are they fighting about? Don't know, don't care. We're happy to brawl for all sides, so long as the gold and the meat keep flowing. And both are. The camp's growing thanks to our excess of meat, the lads' bellies are full, making them better fighters, and Golgfag's gained a bit of notoriety, earning himself a big name. Big names have altered requirements to gain, and are now more powerful than they used to be. You could say they're bigger than before. But big ogres means big hunger, and meat will now play a more vital role in the ogre playstyle. We'll need meat to grow our camps, manage the effectiveness of our units in battle via the hunger gauge.
Yeah, so when you got your hunger, when you got your meat maxed out, your upkeep's reduced, and you get all 3 army abilities. You got speed and unit mass. So before you could spend meat before every battle to get speed, unit mass, and charge bonus increased. Now that's just permanent buff if you've got enough meat. And they've changed the army abilities around a bit.
And use it to decide how to interact more tactically with the Great Maw. Speaking of...
So yeah, that's what he was just doing then. You know, you can just activate all 4 of your offerings to the Great Maw all the time. So then it's costing you 80 meat per turn, plus the 20 meat per turn for your full 20 stack. So it's like 100 meat per turn when you're fully using as much as you possibly can. But you know, you can probably make, you know, I don't know. Well, yeah, we'll see how the balance is.
Speaking of meat, Kislev's offering a decent buffet, but it's not quite the feast we were hoping for. Norska then. Let them tremble before our big names.
Currently, you can only have a single big name, which isn't really true to how the ogres are. Greasus has many. So now you can have all of the big names, but to make it a bit more balanced, we've made the conditions to get the big names a bit harder and made the effects a bit more exciting to match.
So, can we see what they are on that screen, or is it too hard to see?
But to make it a bit more balanced,
Gatecrasher immediately causes wall breaches when besieging, weapon strength +5, Hordemaster +5% health, passive ability Hordemaster, shockingly obese, extra mass and melee defense, and Drake Crush, bonus versus large +10, plus ability colossal something. I think it's probably that halberd ability that
the big names, but to make it a bit more balanced, we've made the conditions.
Oh, anyway, yeah, colossal strike. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. Yeah.
To get the big names a bit harder and made the effects a bit more exciting to match.
Big names will have a more grander impact in battle through various buffs to statistics or just additional abilities that will help give you that edge in combat.
Yeah, this is the Ogre Paymaster. Pretty cool. Yeah, so he's only got 40 armor. Stat line's not as good as like the Tyrant. Still got lots of health though. You know, he's still an ogre. He's still tough.
The offerings to the Maw right now are one-use abilities that happen every 10 turns, which we didn't think was very engaging. So now you can have multiple offerings to the Maw active at a time, but it just comes with a meat upkeep. So if you've got lots of meat on your armies, you can have all of them going at a single time, but it's going to cost you.
Could it be? Doth my rumbling belly betray me? Nay, 'tis it, the promised meal. One last battle to fulfill Marienberg's contract, and a mammoth meal to sink our teeth into. First though, let's change up our offerings to the Great Maw, making them battle-focused for the feast to come. This is it.
Scragging bound spell. Oh, did it show that?
The offerings to the we didn't think was more active at a time.
It be? Doth my rumbling belly betray me? Nay, 'tis it, the promised meal. One last battle to fulfill Marienberg's contract, and a mammoth meal to sink our teeth into. First though, let's change up our offerings to the Great Maw, making them battle-focused for the feast to come. This is it, boys. Ready your bellies, file your teeth, open your gobs, and let's get some meat.
World Walker.
Right, here's...
Yeah, see, that was... Yeah, so he just said, like, I don't know how the balance is going to be at launch, but he just said, oh, you know, we'll change our offerings because we've got, like, you know, we've got movement and whatever else offerings. We'll change them to battle offerings. So that, you know, instead of spending 40 per turn on these two, we'll spend 40 per turn on those two. But you can see here, he's got 1,525 meat, and he's about to get probably another fucking hundreds of meat when he fights this dude, right? So, you know what I mean? Like, you wouldn't change them around. You just activate all 4 of your Maws and run all 4 of them all the time. Ideally, you know. But maybe if you were, like, not fighting for a while and you were going to run out, or if you had a new army that hadn't fought much yet and still, like, I think they only spawn with a small amount of meat, you know. So if you, yeah, so maybe in those situations you wouldn't want to activate them all, but I feel like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like the game, yeah, if it's intended that you're going to have to choose which offerings to the Maw you're going to activate, like, I don't think that's how it's going to actually play out.
Right, here's the plan. Kill the menfolk till they die dead, then eat them afterwards. Great plan, best plan. Yeah, they've got cavalry, giants, mammoths, skinwolves, and the wrath of the chaos gods behind them, but we've got pigback riders.
The Pigback Riders are a very unusual unit, but it's through that unusualness you'll find a bit of a surprise. They're very well equipped against cavalry units and just large units in general.
Oh, no, Wolfric, no. You're not getting away from us that easily. Meet my good friends, the Yetis.
Yetis are these mountainous, aggressive creatures that have an unusual ability to create ice weapons out of crude objects.
Yeah, so we were testing this out before. Oh yeah, so nothing new since yesterday. But I can still I can keep showing battle stuff today. So after this, if you guys want to do some unit testing or whatever, we can test some of the new DLC units and stuff some more. But yeah, but I can't show any campaign stuff. So tomorrow will be the campaign embargo, and then I'll be able to show you know, Arbal and the free LC lords and stuff, but not the DLC. So we're going to show all the new update stuff of 6.0, but not the DLC lords and not the DLC units tomorrow. Today we can show the DLC lords and the DLC units, but only in battle. So we look. Sorry, I was going to say we looked at this yesterday already. So they've got frostbite, but they've also got an aura that gives you -8 melee defense.
Just clubs. They're also able to debuff units around them.
So you can mix them in with your other ogres or whatever to
chaotic.
help smash them.
Thank the Great Maw, we've got a bruiser keeping everyone in line.
Yeah. Bruiser! So it's the bruiser's stat line, I guess. Why is he? Oh yeah. So we were talking about this before. So there's a new thing now in 6.0 that you guys will be able to see. Like so, whenever a unit gets tired, or if a unit goes into terrain, their speed gets affected by terrain. If they're a large unit, they get a penalty when they go into forest and stuff like that. If they get tired, they get a penalty. They get stacking penalties. Like first they get a penalty just to like speed, and melee attack and maybe charge bonus, and then as they get more and more tired, they eventually get like larger penalties to those. They eventually get penalties to melee defense as well, and eventually to armor as well when they're like exhausted. And yeah, now before those penalties would all apply, but it would just tell you when you mouse over your unit card, it would just say you're tired, you're exhausted or whatever, and you'd have to just add it up in your head like that, those penalties. Whereas now it actually shows you the penalties on your actual stat bar, so you can actually see when you guys are tired, like what it's actually doing, and you can also see when they go into a forest or whatever.
Bruiser both acts as an aggressive and supportive role for the Yoga Kingdoms. Where the Tyrant's attention lays elsewhere, it's down to the Bruiser to make sure that everyone is fighting to the best of their capabilities.
Sometimes the Bruiser's not enough. Sometimes you need Bragg the Gutsman.
Bragg is a Reaper and an Executioner both in name and from the gameplay perspective. He's a terrifying figure amongst the Ogres due to his taboo way of killing them.
You know, this is shaping up to be quite the dinner party. All we're missing now is the Thunder Tusk.
The Thunder Tusk is this large, hulking creature that's able to manipulate the elements around it to create ice projectiles.
Yeah, we tested these out yesterday. They seem pretty OP. I imagine they're probably tier 4, tier 5 unit to build them.
Victory so certain, Golgfag can already smell the barbecues and taste gold on his tongue. All that's left now is, wait, no, we didn't order fast food. Come on, Golgfag. A bit of cardio before dinner never killed anyone. Will Golgfag catch his meal? How far will his stomach take him? Or will you indulge his lust for loot and raid the world? Thoughts, comments, recipes? Let us know in the comments below, or follow our links to wishlist now.
All right. Yeah, I might just go through the video again in case there's anything else you guys want to like, you know, discuss or whatever. And if there's anything we missed. And then yeah, then we can do some more unit testing.
What you're about to see is pre-alpha footage of Omens of Destruction. This was recorded months in advance, so there's still some placeholders in game. We're really hard at work right now and can't wait for you to get your hands on it.
So yeah, so I can only talk about
Loud,
until the DLC embargo, until the free DLC embargo, which is tomorrow. I can only really talk about stuff that's been shown already. Or I can talk about battle stuff that we do have access to. So I can't really talk about the campaign mechanics too much unless it's like mentioned in the video. Then I can kind of explain, I can clarify or whatever, maybe for you guys if there's anything you're not sure about or anything. But yeah, I don't know. I can't. Yeah, it's sort of a bit of a weird. Like I've played a little bit with the ogres, but yeah, like so I might be able to like. Yeah, if there's something that's not clear in the video that, like, you know, I can clarify it, if you know, but I can't really tell you if there's something that's not in the video at all. Like I can't really tell you about it. You know what I mean? That makes sense.
And lucky for us, we've stumbled upon a buffet.
Until tomorrow.
I don't know why Osterland and Nordland are fighting, but they've money.
Can we discuss those greenskin scrap changes tomorrow only? Yeah, so tomorrow will be the free LC update. So tomorrow we can talk about we can not just talk about it, we can show it. I can I can boot up a campaign and show you everything if you want. But not today. Today I can show you battles only.
And well traveled of his kind. I'd expect no less from the official 100th legendary lord, despite what Andrew may have claimed in his showcase.
So yeah, I'm not sure if he was trying to say something about the ogres being
we've a crummy camp, forlorn funds, and a lamentable larder.
Yeah, I'm not sure he was trying to say something. Oh yeah, I was going to say just there, like as well, something I noticed. See the ogre camp? The ogre camp's got stances now. So I'm not sure what that stance is, if it's going to show, if it shows it in here or not. But
Our lads
But,
are eager to build
yeah.
up their loot piles on a rumbling belly. Is to an ogre what people like reading if you're an
At some point it shows the ogre camp. So the ogre camp tyrant is like it's his own lord now. It selects Glog at some point. So Glog's the ogre camp tyrant. If it selects him, you'll be able to see that anyway that he's actually got a stance. So I assume you can go into like raiding stance or not raiding stance, so that you know if you're in a neutral territory or whatever, you can like not raid them maybe or whatever. I'm not sure. I actually didn't test this out yet, but yeah, I'm not sure if you like you know if your ogre camp still gets like trespass penalties if you stick it in like you know because your ogre camp's kind of like an army, I guess. So does it get trespass penalties? And does it gets raid penalties, I guess, if it's raiding? Because like in the current version of the game, if you've got an ogre camp in neutral or enemy territory, then it will raid. If it's in allied territory, then it will not raid. So I'm guessing now, because there's this, because you can change the stances presumably, that you can choose whether you want to raid or not.
Golgfag sets up his camp, sacks and raises to get all the meat and loot he
but
can.
I'm not sure. I haven't actually tested that myself, and I'm not sure if it shows it here or not.
He'll go and take on their enemies, beat up them, and then he finds the next contract somewhere.
And examined ourselves war, which can only mean
I was watching before, and I didn't see them having it in raid stance.
A little bit of pocket money, but they shouldn't be confused.
But I don't know why else you would have stances if you can change it.
First, potentially, when we set up camp in a new region, the warring factions of that region are eager for us to turn the tide of their silly little squabbles.
Was he beating at Grimwar at the start? And at the start you can choose between either Ostlin or Nordland. You start off on the border between Ostlin and Nordland, and you've got a contract to fight for each one against the other one. So you can just choose which one you want to beat up. So if you want to go like west, then you would take the contract from Ostland to kill Nordland, and then you could go west and kill Nordland. If you want to go south or east, then you take the contract from Nordland and get paid to attack Ostland.
The contract, we must take aggressive actions against the target faction or faction.
Oh, the opening cinematic, he was beating up Grimgor, was he? Where is the opening cinematic? The opening was just him talking about... The opening, it just opens with Sean. You mean this? I don't know. I don't know if that's Grimgor, is it?
Possibly need. Golgfag Man-Eater. Are you his friend or his food?
No, I think it's a Black Hawk.
For a time.
Yeah, I think it was a Black Hawk.
If the price is right, Golgfag will fight for any cause. But there's one closest to his heart. His stomach. Forget fame, forget sprawling hosts and great nations. Golgfag hungers for bounties and meals of mammoth proportions. And lucky for us, we've stumbled upon a buffet.
Yeah, I don't know. Should we just jump onto checking out some battle stuff? Is there anything? I don't know if there's anything in this you guys are interested in rehashing over again, or
easy feat with the Man-Eater trait. Increased income from post-battle loot and decreased upkeep for Man-Eater units makes Golgfag a ravenous plague of an ogre. No surprise that he's the most successful and well-travelled of his kind. I'd expect no less from the official
Legendary Hero Bragg doesn't have ogre charge,
despite what Andrew may have claimed in his showcase. But even living legends.
What are you saying, Wolfspaw? Make what stop?
We've a crummy camp, forlorn funds, and a lamentable larder. Our lads are eager to build up their loot piles on a rumbling belly. Is to an ogre what pieces to agree in? Just unacceptable. Best get raiding.
What? Yeah, is there something else you want to see? I'm happy. Like I was thinking about having a day off today, but then I thought I did say yesterday that I would jump on and do some unit testing and stuff. So so I'm basically here to see if you guys want to see any any unit testing, or if you want to discuss this video anymore or anything.
Or just bogging down larger infantry such as cavalry or monsters.
Can you play Warzag's new start position? Tomorrow, yeah, I could, but I'm not really that interested in playing Warzag's new start position. I don't really like Warzag very much. But yeah, what I was thinking about doing for tomorrow is
downside of
maybe
that, though, is
doing
that the
like
more time he helps out other factions,
yeah,
the less
we
time
can
he
do
is building up his own
ogre
economy.
vultures versus Tomb Kings for
Golgfag sets up
sure.
his
Yeah,
camp,
no worries, sounds
sacks
good.
and
Yeah, that's the
raises
sort
to
of
get
stuff we
what
need. We need
he
like
can from the scrap
unit
area,
matchups
and
that
maybe
you
he
guys want
finds
to
a
see
contract
tested,
work for someone.
that kind of
He'll
stuff.
go and take on their enemies, beat up them,
Where does
and then
Wozak
he
start
finds
now?
the next
I don't know if I
contract somewhere else.
We've
can
eaten,
say
raised,
unless
and
it's already
sacked
been
our way
shown.
through bickering menfolk
So yeah, so
and
tomorrow
exotic
is the
pieces of green things
the early
to find
access for
ourselves
the
in
free
Ocelot,
DLC stuff. So
a land
tomorrow I can
ripe
start
for
show
war,
all the new
which
start
can only mean
positions,
fresh contracts.
not of the DLC
Golgfag's
units,
contracts
but
are
of
a unique
like
way to meet
of
new
Arbal,
people,
who's
see the
free
world,
free
and
DLC,
make a little
and
bit
of any of the
money.
pre-existing.
But
So
they
I can show
shouldn't be
Wozak
confused
start
with
new
overkills
start
contracts,
positions.
which have been renamed to bounties
If any of
and
that, I
have
don't know
had
who else
their
got
own
moved,
tweaks.
but yeah,
Golgfag's
reworks
contracts
for
are
any of the other
entirely
lords that got
different, giving
reworked,
Total
like
War
Scrag
Warhammer
and
its
Greasus,
first proper mercenary
and
faction.
green skins, maybe
Essentially, when we
Skybrand.
set up camp in a new region, the warring factions of that region are
Pretty
eager
sure
for us to turn
it's
the
just
tide
south
of
of
their
Ikran.
silly little squabbles.
South of Ekrand. Wasn't the south of Ekrand where Wozak started before?
Yeah, I get it, Countbat. Face the Empire's real mean. You got gold, or are we just chin-wagging? Oh, now we're cooking. Alright, yeah, we're in.
If I don't have the greenskin DLC, does my Wozak still have new Savage Orc Shaman
With the
abilities?
contract accepted,
like
we've now a
dance,
turn limit to
stance?
fulfill the requirements and reap the rewards. To
Is
fulfill
there
the
a-
contract, we must
a
take
dance
aggressive
stance?
actions against the
What? I
target
don't know what you're
faction
talking
or
about, I guess,
factions
sorry.
to gain points towards an overall goal. Once that goal is met, the contract's fulfilled, and we can either stay employed to the client or take our loot and find new business elsewhere. Of course, once
But
that
yeah, if you've
contract's
got
fulfilled, there's nothing
if
preventing
you
us
don't
from
have the
turning
DLC,
around
your
and accepting a
Wozak
new
will
one
still
from a
be
faction
like Wozak
previously
is free,
terrorized.
right? So you'll still have everything on
Yeah, I
Wozak.
get it, Mutton Chop. Vampires are real mean, but they're also
You'll have
quite
still have
mean
everything with
from
the
a meat
upgrade, with the
perspective,
update.
So you're on your own.
You just
mate.
won't have the DLC units and stuff like that.
Set up shop. Fight for the
There's
locals.
a new
beat the
Shaman
locals, take their
Orc
gold,
Big
and
Shaman
move on.
ability.
That's
Yeah,
the
so
life for
the Savage
Golgfag.
Orc. The
Each
Savage
contract
Orc
takes us
Shaman
further and
Savage
further
Orc
afield, our
Shaman
camp
General
forever
is part of the
trailing
DLC.
behind
So
us.
if you don't buy the DLC, then you
Wherever
won't
there
have
is
it.
war, there are contracts.
But
So
you will have
tempting,
Wozak,
but not
and any
always in the
updates to
direction of our heart's
Wozak
desire.
you will still have because you
In this
already own
way,
Wozak.
Golgfag edges ever closer to his
There's a
mammoth
difference between the
meal.
DLC and the patch. Yeah, that's right.
Northward
So,
then,
so
into
yeah, so
Kislev.
I can show all the free
Or,
DLC
as we
stuff
like to
tomorrow.
call
So I
it,
can show Wozak, I can
Frozen
show, you know,
Contracts are
Greasus,
really exciting.
Scrag,
It's a completely new lens on the
Arbal
world.
is free
Normally,
as
you
well.
look at territory
All the
as,
existing
I
lords
need
that
to
are
go
getting
get this
updated and
myself.
stuff.
That's
All that
just my
stuff's
new
free DLC. You
expansion,
get that
but
even
now
if you don't have the
consider
DLC.
there's a
But
nice
all the
contract
units and
here.
stuff that
Do I
come with the
actually work for
DLC, you
someone
won't have
else and
unless
give
you buy the
them to
DLC.
them, maybe double-cross them later,
Although
give it to
you
somebody
can
else, and later
kind of
again,
go the
maybe
other
it
way
should be
around.
yours after all.
So if
The
you
current army
get
ability system
the
for the owners
DLC
doesn't
but you
necessarily
don't
take
own the
into
base
account what
game
they're all
faction,
about. They're
then
these
you will
large
get the base
creatures
game
that's all
units for
about
free.
charging into combat and
So
tenderizing any
just
target
say,
that's in their
so
way.
like for with ogres, for
going to be
example,
changing that, so
like if
every
you
unit
currently
that's
just
charging on
own
the
the ogre
battlefield,
DLC,
player will
then you would
progressively gain
have
points to
like,
spend on
you
their
know,
army
all of
abilities.
the ogre units, every
Ogres
ogre
are one
unit
of
that's
the three
available
already
right now,
a
because there's only
great race, but
one,
we
there's
found
only
that
one
it
thing you
was
can buy
missing
for
a little
ogres,
bit of
right?
the
It's
nomad
only just the
fantasy
ogre
that comes
DLC.
from the tabletop.
So
So now we've
currently,
made
if you own
camps
that,
more
you'll have
important,
everything for
allowing them
ogres,
to
right?
move, changing how they build. We've also
So,
made
but if you
meat
buy
more
this
important
new
to emphasize sacking
DLC,
and
if you
raiding.
buy
So
Golgfag,
ogres turn up
then
to your
you'll have
territory,
Golgfag, you'll have
it's
all the
trouble,
new
and you need to
DLC
get
units,
them as
and
soon as
you'll
possible.
automatically get
Great
all the base
orthodoxy.
game ogre units
Ice
as
core.
well.
They taste
So
the
you
same, so
basically
what are
will
we
have
fighting about?
everything just for
Don't
the
know,
price
don't
of
care.
just
We're happy
like
to
$10
build for
or
all
whatever it is to
sides,
buy
so long as the
Golgfag.
gold and the
The only
meat
thing you
keep
won't have
flowing.
is you won't be able to
And
start
by far,
as Scrag
the
or
camp's
Greasus.
growing thanks to our excess of meat.
So yeah, so it's
Lads
sort of the
bellies are full,
same.
making
Yeah,
them
so they
better
just sort of
fighters,
clarify how
and
that works. So
Golgfag's gained a bit
basically,
of
if you buy
notoriety,
any
earning
DLC
himself
for a
a big
race,
name.
like any lord
Big
for
names have
any
altered
race,
requirements to gain,
you
and
automatically
are
get
now
the
more
base
powerful than
game
they used to be.
like stuff.
You
So
could say they're bigger
you know,
than
so if it's
before,
like a
but big ogres
if
means
it's like
big
a
hunger,
one
and we
one
will now
faction,
play a
if it's
more
like
vital
you know
role in the ogre
Empire.
playstyle. We'll need
Empire
meat to grow our
dwarfs,
camps, manage
whatever.
the effectiveness of our units in battle
You know,
via the hunger
a
gauge,
one
and
faction.
use
Normally,
it
you
to
would get that
decide how to
faction plus all their
interact
base game
more
units if you
tactically with
buy
the Great
Warhammer
Maul.
1. If you buy,
Speaking
I still
of
recommend
meat,
you buy like
Kislev
Warhammer
offering
1
a
because you
decent
get
buffet,
like
but it's
Empire
not quite the
dwarfs,
feast
green
we were
skins,
hoping
and
for.
vampires all in the
Noska
one
then,
pack, you know, it's cheap, it's usually heavily discounted. But if for some reason you didn't, you would get all that stuff for free if you bought Volkmar DLC, you know, plus you get units from Volkmar DLC. But you wouldn't get the Lords from Warhammer 1, so you wouldn't get Kalfrans and Balthasar Gelt, for example. Yeah, so I don't know. So hopefully that clarifies that for some people. And some people have asked that before.
through various buffs to statistics or just additional.
But yeah,
abilities that'll help
I
give you
don't. I
that
think
edge in
I think
combat.
we already covered a lot of the stuff about the ogres in the blog. There's like a few little extra details that came up around stuff.
which we didn't think was very engaging.
But yeah, I don't know if there's. It doesn't seem like anyone's got too many questions or comments about the video.
If you've got lots of meat on your armies, you can have all of them going at a single time, but it's going to cost you.
Could it be? Doth my rumbling belly betray me? Nay.
Oh yeah, so that's interesting. So here he's got you can see you can see the meat cost for the meat for everything. So wait, so what's that? I'm confused. So this is his meat, that's his other army's meat. So he's got 630, he's got 1500 meat. And then this guy's worth 300 points towards the contract. So this is what I was saying, like the armies are worth like 200-300 points. And so when you occupy your settlement, like it's probably only going to be like 50 contract points to give it back to the faction. So you quite often won't need to, like right now, you know, he's got actually we can't see, or is that for him, or I don't know, I'm confused. But anyway, yeah. So right now he's at 1100 out of 1266 already. Oh, he's still at 17 turns. So there is longer ones. That's interesting. Yeah. So like he doesn't need any like he could take Monolith of Bjorkul Bloody Hand after he kills Wolfric, and he doesn't need to dedicate that to. He doesn't need to give that back to his employer. He can just keep it for himself, and he'd still make his points. You know. But I think if you get more points above the 1266, any additional points are just paid for in gold. But I'm not sure what the conversion rate is. So that'd be an interesting thing I'd like to check once we get into campaign, like where, like just say you're gonna occupy this for yourself, like that's fair, you know, you just keep it for yourself. But if you're gonna occupy it, but if you don't want to keep it for yourself, basically you've got an option of either occupying it and then you can instantly just give it back to your employer, which will give you a certain amount of points, or you can keep it for yourself and then sell it back to your employer later on for gold, or maybe build a barracks there or something if you're in a mountain region, or if you can build a barrack and then sell it for more gold. But yeah, it'd be interesting to know like what the conversion rate is for the gold, so that like I'm not sure if that 300 is for this army or for the camp. I think it's for this army. I don't think we can see the camp. But I'm not 100% sure. But excuse me. Oh no, that's for the settlement, I think. So 304 is for Wolfric, I think, and the 102 is for the camp. But yeah, excuse me. So what am I trying to say? So just say he takes out Wolfric, right? Wolfric puts him up to like 1400. So he's already paid off the contract, plus he's earned some extra gold from going over the contract limit. And then if he takes this settlement and it's worth another 102, is that 102, like when it converts into gold because he's gone over the cap already, is that going to be worth more than he's going to get from like occupying the settlement himself and then selling it for gold? Because in that situation, obviously, there's no value to him because he's already hit the contract. So there's no value to giving it to your employer apart from gold. And if he's going to get heaps more gold from selling it, then, you know, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, you know what I mean. When the contract ends, can he teleport back to where he started, or does he stay and needs to take up a contract that's close to his starting location? Yeah, so every time you take up a contract, you have a one-shot teleport to that contract, to any one of the contract givers' settlements. So
this is it, boys.
So yeah, so you can take up a contract with a particular faction, and then you can immediately teleport to one of their territories that's on the front line of their war against whoever, or you can not use the teleport, fight all their enemies, and then just before you're about to end the contract, you can use the teleporter to teleport back to whichever one of their territories is closest to your settlements, you know. So yeah, so no, you can't teleport to your own settlements. You can only teleport to your employer's settlements. only once per contract. So you can choose how you're going to use that, either to get into battle quicker or to get back or to travel to wherever you want to go or whatever.
Mountainous, aggressive creatures
Will your camps teleport? Do they say? Yeah, your camps can teleport, yeah.
Objects, such as clubs. They're also able to debuff units around them.
Debuffs are great, but this is just all a bit chaotic. Thank the Great Maw, we've got a bruiser keeping everyone in line.
Bruiser both acts as an aggressive and supportive role for the Yoga Kingdoms. Where the Tyrant's attention lays elsewhere, it's down to the Bruiser to make sure that everyone is fighting to the best of their capabilities.
Bruisers.
Sometimes the
I like
bruiser's
the
not enough.
I like the spike glove.
Sometimes you need
Reminds me of Blood Bowl. If you guys have any other, I mean, you guys can obviously keep watching the video and pick out any little things that you see in here or whatever. If you have any more questions, you can always just ask me later on. But yeah, I might jump into some battle testing now. If you guys are up for checking some more units.
The Thunder Tusk is this large, hulking creature that's able to manipulate the elements around it to
Vultures battle, yeah, that's it. Oh yeah, I'll just put a link. I'll just put it in chat here. Golgfag showcase video. Sorry, I just realized my microphone's like nowhere near my mouth, so it's probably like a bit quieter than usual. Yeah, just in case anyone's like joining the stream and they don't realize that a new video's come out, they can go and check it out. Vultures versus Carrion? Yeah, I don't even know if they're the same class of unit really. But yeah, we can check it out. Chat seems active. Twitch is funny. Anyway, so what are we doing? Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings. Are any of these a Caster Lord? Like Katep's probably like the one, yeah. Seems like Caster Lords, when you don't give them any spells, they seem to be the most passive. Alright, so Vultures, Carrion, so you can see Carrion straight off the bat are only worth 350, whereas the Vultures are worth 450, so they're, a lot better than them, obviously. That's the stat comparison. Vultures have, more armor, less... the Carrion have more armor, less leadership, more melee defense... more weapon strength, but less charge bonus and less melee attack. Okay, so the Carrion are more defensive and the Vultures are more offensive. Vultures have more hit points. Oh, and the Carrion are a smaller unit. They're like a 24 unit. Whereas the Vultures are a 48 unit. So what's that? Weapon strength 42, 47. Yeah, but the so the Vultures are the Vultures do almost as much damage, and so I've got twice as many entities. So yeah, I imagine the Vultures would smash them, but we shall see. Vultures, a unit no one will ever use. Well, yeah, there are a lot of things like that. Like, I feel like if they're accessible, like if they're like tier 0 or tier 1, like, then you can replace them and use them all the time. Like, then you might use them as throwaway troops. But yeah, if you have the option of keeping a unit in your army and like getting a veterancy and stuff, you don't really want to waste that veterancy on a unit that's probably going to die, after a while. But at least, unlike the carrion, these guys don't they don't melt after the battle, right? Or they don't melt. They don't melt if they lose because they're not undead. Hey, Jonathan Lamb, another day of battle testing. Also, do we know the first campaign? Hey, thanks so much for the super chat, man. You're a legend. Yeah, another day of battle testing. Tomorrow is the day for the first campaign. I'm probably going to play Arbal as my first campaign, but because it seems like most people want to see Khorne first. But I'm really interested in the new ogre mechanics and also the reworks for all the factions. So I'm sort of thinking we might do like a short stream, like tomorrow as soon as the NDA dropped, I might do like a short stream for like an hour or two, just showing all of the reworks and free LC stuff for all the different factions, and then after a couple of hours, then we'll start the Arbal campaign and just go through on Arbal after that. So I think that's my plan so far. So yeah, so a couple of hours of showing a bit of everything, and then, you know, Day of Khorne after that. But I don't know, I'm really keen to try out the ogres as well. I'm looking forward to trying out the greenskins when I have a chance, but I feel like it's a bit of a lower priority for me. I don't know if we should just charge in or what. Yeah, I guess so. Charging. Yeah, so they all got their charges off. Yeah, you can see the vultures just smash them. So they both do about the same amount of damage. These guys do 40. The carrion do 42. The vultures do 42 as well. Yeah, they're both actually, they do the same 42 damage, both of them, but the vultures have double the amount of entities, so they're hitting basically twice as many times. So yeah, obviously they're going to smash them. Yeah, the vultures are kind of cool because they have this thing, Carrion Frenzy, where they basically get more and more melee attack up to +20, and more leadership up to +8, the more things that die nearby. So what you can do is have them come in and just hover above the battle line, like just before you use them, like you can save them, you know, just wait and just stay above the battle line. So have all your ogres run in, smash a heap of the enemy infantry, have these guys all stacked up, because it's things that die in proximity, so they could all be like stacked up like this, and you could kill like 1 or 2 units. So if we look at these guys, yeah, so they got 15% from. So we just killed 24 times 3, so 72. We just killed 72 entities and got 15% stacked up. But I'm not sure if they were all in radius, like in range. 55 minutes. Yeah, they probably would have been in range. Yeah. So to fully, if it's 72 to do it that much, then it's like 6 times 72 is 420. So yeah, so if they kill like about 4 to 500 units, you got to kill right nearby them to get them fully stacked. But yeah, if you want to use them for killing routers or whatever, you could just keep them and store up their energy, kind of thing. I guess you're going to use them to kill archers basically. But yeah, I don't know. I was sort of, yeah, this is sort of weird, this thing. Once you get this fully stacked up, like the +20 melee attack, it's pretty crazy, you know. So once they get towards the end of the battle, they're going to be really good. But I mean, even at the start of the battle, they're going to be pretty good at killing archers. 42 weapon strength is pretty strong. They get 2 hit archer units, 2 hit archer entities. I mean. I might just set up like like a basic Empire army, and we can kind of play around with them in battle a little bit. Also good to run down troops for food. Oh yeah, so yeah, no, I can't talk about food so much, but I can't. I was playing ogres a few days ago, but I can't remember whether. I think they've slightly changed the way that food works, but I can't remember 100%. So I probably shouldn't talk about it. It's probably still the same. Yeah, it's probably still the same. But yeah, I mean, basically, yeah, you're still going to want to run down things to get more kills, to get more food. If they've changed, they might have changed it slightly. I don't know. yeah, I think they might have changed it in a certain situation, but essentially the system's still the same. But I'm not 100% sure. So yeah. I was gonna say if we just go against like what's it? I guess greenskins would be the thing, wouldn't it? So we're just going against greenskins, and the greenskins have got a bunch of archers, right? And I guess they just got, you know, some orc boys or whatever, and maybe they've got some annoying artillery. Oh yeah, they've got some of these new bolt throwers. I don't know if these bolt throwers actually do anything. I'll give him one of these rock fighter spider flingers as well, why not? And I'm just gonna give him a goblin great shaman, but like not give him any spells. So it's a bit unfair, but you know, screw him. And then yeah, so we got Golgfag, and we got, you know, a few some ogre bulls and whatever. Some Noblars. And we've got a couple of yeah, something like that. And maybe we'll just make it on a bit of an interesting map as well. So yeah, so somebody was saying like Crossroads multiplayer is a great one for if you want to test stuff. Crossroads multiplayer map because it's completely flat. Thanks again to whoever suggested that. But yeah, we could just do like, I don't know, some kind of grasslands one, some of these Empire Forest maps. Oh, here we go, bit of trees, random trees spread around everywhere. Oh, so if you, yeah, so every time I do the testing, it automatically defaults to easy unit stats. So yeah, so actually that previous test, just be aware that we had let's see who is the better chicken. What? Oh, did I like pin the wrong thing? I accidentally just pinned Ogre's message instead of the. So yeah, so there's a new video that dropped today. If anyone hasn't seen it yet, we just went through it a couple of times and talked about it. It's just ogre showcase of Golgfag's mechanics and stuff. Actually, we could probably go like that. Oh yeah, so sorry, I was gonna actually, we'll just concede defeat. Sorry, I'll just change the difficulty. So yeah, so I'm a bit like I'm not sure whether I should play it on on normal, which is what it so normally when you play in multiplayer, when you play a multiplayer battle against somebody, you have modified AI stats 000, right? This is like what it would be like in multiplayer. So, and also this gives you no bonuses to any of the units. So if you're trying to do a 1-to-1 unit comparison, then I think, you know, this is a good way to do it. But if you want an expectation of how the unit's going to perform in battle when you're playing a campaign, if you play with max AI stat penalties like I do, like this, then that's what it's actually going to look like when you go into battle. So yeah, so in this particular one, I'm trying to sort of imagine what it would be like if I was actually using it in a battle. I mean, ideally, I wouldn't be fighting an even match up in a battle. So in battles, we're going to be playing on, you know, legendary campaign difficulty, very hard battle difficulty, so max AI. Oh yeah, I think I didn't change the AI. It's still on normal AI, I think. Yeah. So you play on like I'll have to change that as well. Sorry. There's a lot of preamble for like this shitty battle that I'm probably going to lose anyway. But yeah. Yeah, so we're going to put the stats, so max stats penalty, so basically get plus 10% to all of their stats, plus 8 leadership, and plus 20 reload skill. and we don't put difficulty up to very hard. So the very hard difficulty, enemy forces have good reaction times, making even the lowest soldier formidable. They try to evade spells and artillery. They use robust targeting selection to pose a higher threat. So yeah, so if you have it on easy or sandbox, they'll just like stand there and do nothing. Actually, sandbox is good. Enemy forces have AI disabled. Automatic behaviors such as melee combat reactions and fire at will still behave as normal. I wonder if they countercharge if you have it on sandbox. But yeah, anyway, we're not, yeah, so this time we're going to fight like normally, right? So yeah, I'd have like realism modes. You got like no mini map and stuff. And we have our AI stats on max. So this is like a, you know, a legendary, very hard campaign battle simulation. But yeah, but as I said, I wouldn't be fighting like an even battle where we both are worth the same amount of points. You know, I'd probably I'd have a vastly superior force and crush them easily. Hopefully every battle is me vastly superior, crushing them easily. And then, you know, every now and again, like every 10th battle, you'd get caught in a situation where you've got to fight some like epic battle and try and win it, even though you're vastly outnumbered. If you can't talk about it yet, that's fine. But do you know if Man-Eater's mechanic will work in co-op? Can my buddy hire me? I haven't tested anything in co-op, sorry. But yeah, that'll be interesting to find out though. Yeah, somebody else asked as well, like if you, how does that work? Because if you're in co-op, so with Golgfag Man-Eater, you can't make a military alliance with Golgfag. He just doesn't have military alliance button at all. Like you just can't do it. But whenever you sign a contract, you kind of like automatically go into a military alliance with that person. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if anyone knows. I'll ask in chat. I don't even know who I would ask. All right. Well, I posed the question there for in the like in the Creative Assembly chat. I don't know if anyone's tested that or if anyone knows. But yeah, it'd be interesting. Might depend if any other faction can sign a deal with him. Yeah, I kind of feel like you couldn't really be co-op partners with Golgfag because, you know, your enemy could just pay him to kill you, like at any moment, you know what I mean? So yeah, I mean, logically, I would assume you can't do co-op with Golgfag. You could do like, you know, like a free-for-all where he's neutral to you, but you wouldn't be able to do co-op. But I mean, I don't know. That's just logically speaking. I don't know how it actually works. All right, so this is me sort of pretending to do a campaign battle, but it's not really, because if it was a real campaign battle, then we would have like red line buffs and we'd have magic items, and I'd have 3 other lords joining in the battle as well and stuff. But yeah, one thing about ogres is they really don't like being shot. So my plan here is to try to use the vultures to not get shot themselves, but to disrupt the enemy archers. Yeah, so their archers haven't shot at anything. Oh, they just shot at my vultures a little bit there. But they basically haven't shot at anything yet. Alright, so the vultures have successfully completely shut down. Like, their artillery did hardly anything. Their archers didn't even fire a single shot. And yeah, so, you know, so vultures are good, you know, for that sort of stuff. These guys got terror routed. And now we're in combat with the ogres. Ogres are quick, right? Oh yeah, the battle thing. So this dismember, it does damage over time now. It doesn't do a heal. This one's the heal now. This one that used to be a slowdown is actually just a big heal now. Yeah, so our vultures, like, yeah, like I was trying to say, they're not like they're not really meant to be powerhouses in melee for me yet, but they're they did the job of shutting down these archers so my ogres could get in and smash them up. I did have a bit of I gave myself a bit of an advantage here because I gave them like a dead duck, lame duck lord that doesn't have any spells. But yeah, anyway. You get the gist.
Ogres attack!
Yeah, he's wasting his points. Is it? It's all like little. Oh, there we go. Flinging a big rock. Might have hit one of my vultures, I'm not sure.
He's got powers! Scalper!
I think, what happened there? He tried to shoot the Ragnarok, but it didn't do anything. I was just simulating chasing these guys down to get extra meat by chasing them off, but we don't actually need to chase them off for any reason. Campaign embargo tomorrow. So yeah, I'll be streaming tomorrow around maybe an hour earlier than now.
Yes!
Where's the ogres gone? There.
Rampage this way!
Oh, we got Ashes back again. Yeah, I mean, the carrion seemed pretty good, I thought. Pretty good at taking out archers, which is kind of what you want them for. And they get way killier later on in the battle. So this one's a 25% charge. Oh, these ones are fully charged up now. So we got 41 melee attack.
Let's go!
Oh yeah, so Greasus has got a heal that he can use, but he can only use it when he's out of combat. But we can use this heal on, you know, these guys. It's 1.54 for 24 seconds, so it's like 40 something seconds, 40 something percent heal. Pretty massive. Alright. Now we can run Golgfag away from Spider for a bit. Hopefully it won't follow up. AI's hanging in there pretty good. I guess most of its strength is oh yeah, so he's got to be like 55 meters away from any enemies that are not routed. There we go. This one doesn't count. Now he's got his heal on. As soon as you pop the heal, then you can go back into combat. You don't have to stay away from him. Right. What do you? I don't get what you mean. Where's does AI gold do anything? Would like yeah, I mean, I presume he still goes around the campaign map and attacks stuff and everything. I'd be interested to know if the AI Golgfag actually like takes contract, like he's got a mechanic to actually take contracts for other factions or not. I haven't actually checked that out because if I'm not playing as Golgfag, I'm playing as one of the other lords that's really far away, so I haven't really observed Golgfag in his natural environment. But yeah, anyway, yeah, I mean, I'm sure most of you guys could have imagined using Carrion to take out archers and artillery, but just thought we'd, you know, show it off. It's a shame that the Goblin Shaman hero doesn't get the Ragnarok spider mounts. Yeah, well, I think that's a pretty normal thing. Like, they don't tend to give, like, hero level characters, like, the big boss mounts. Like, you know, they don't give, like, vampire heroes, like, you know, zombie dragons, and they don't give greenskin heroes with wyverns and stuff like that. Like, the big boss monsters are reserved usually for the lord level characters. Unless it's like a legendary hero or something. All right. Yeah. What else was cool in the ogre video that we wanted to have a look at? I'm keen to try out like kind of like ogre heroes. Spellcasters often get flying mounts. Yeah, spellcasters often get flying mounts, but they don't usually get like dragon mounts, you know? Like for Dark Elves or whatever, you know, like the Dark Elf Lords will get dragon mounts, whereas the Dark Elf heroes will only get the you know, will only get the Pegasus, Dark Pegasus or whatever. But yeah, like in campaign, I'm pretty keen to make like a kind of hero squad. Like this maybe. Oh, and actually no, not like that. Not like that. Oh yeah, the ogre wishes now have Law of Death and also Law of Heavens as well. But yeah, obviously these sort of hero squads work a lot better in campaign, because in campaign you can have Helm's Discord on them all, and you know, stuff like that, like, you know, AoE buffs, AoE debuffs, stuff like that, to keep them all happy and healthy and safe and stuff. Apparently Grease's got new animations. Yeah, Grease's yeah, we can put Grease's in there. And I want to put we'll put the ninja guy in there as well. Where is he? Eshin Maneater, yeah. Yeah, so we got like just to have a bunch of ogre heroes basically. It's ridiculously expensive for multiplayer, so it would, you know, but it's like realistic that you could probably build something like this pretty easily in campaign. I mean, I guess realistically you would have some other stuff in there as well. Oh yeah, so Stonehorn Harpoon Launcher, and then we've got Thunder Tusks now as well. Where's the oh yeah, there's a normal Stonehorn. So yeah, Stonehorns are worth 1800 in multiplayer. Harpoon launchers are worth 2100, and then the Thunder Tusk is there. Yeah, so he's got 22 ammo with the Harpoon launcher. I feel like the Thunder Tusk also has a harpoon launcher essentially as well. It's got a crossbow guy and also a spear guy. It's really good. I'll chuck a few of these in there. All right, so let's just say we made like a sort of single entity Doomstack kind of thing. And then you know, they're like not really equipped for it too much, but actually Golbat's probably pretty tough. And yeah, I'm just gonna beat up some orcs basically. I'm gonna give them some squigs. They'll probably. I wonder if they. I feel like the Mangler squigs should do damage to their own troops as well. But yeah, I don't think they do. All right, so there's some stuff in there that's sort of dangerous, but most of their army is just sort of trash. And again, this is like multiplayer sort of style, so they don't have you know, they don't have all the equipment that they would have normally in campaign. So we get max AI stats, very hard realism mode. I do want Dark Elf Masters to have Manticores though. Yeah, Dark Elf Masters on Manticores would be sick, wouldn't it? That'd be pretty cool. Yeah, Pegasuses are just not really as badass, are they? I feel like Pegasuses always feel like flying My Little Ponies. Same with the Vampire Hellsteeds or whatever. So yeah, so these guys, I'm just gonna keep them out of it for a second. So we probably could kill their entire army with these 4 Stonehorns. These things are really powerful. We'll probably like mop up with these later on or whatever, or we can use them to rescue our team if they get in trouble. Like the Ishin Maneater, he can stalk, so he's invisible. Yeah, like with the Hellsteeds, like I don't mind the vampire heroes and like Isabella riding them, but I feel like if you got the Red Duke, you want him to have like a more manly mount, you know. All right, so assuming we can like beat the shit out of this giant squig with our heroes. Yeah, they seem to be giving it the business. These guys have got extra ingredients. Trollgut's Overcast, they made it have like max of 4 entities now. Oh yeah, so Greasus does like big AoE hits now. Can't really see shit. There you go. So he just leans forward and smites everything. Oh, the giant squig's dead already. Yeah, so Trollgut's upgraded, affected units in range 1. Oh no, that was always actually sorry, no, I'm thinking of a different spell. Yeah, so that was always only one target, wasn't it? Sorry, I was thinking of Nurgle. So he does a little charge forward animation in combat. It's like AoE. Yeah, we can pop down Curse of the Midnight Wind. That'll just debuff the crap out of everything. So it has like minus 24 melee attack. Protects just to protect all of our heroes. So nothing will be able to hit them basically. Ishin Maneater's getting dead. So you can do a Hex. With a single target Hex. If you want to assassinate Golgfag. We're getting wrecked a fair bit. Might need the Thunder Tusks to come in and sort things out.
I'll crush them.
Get some heals. Oh, Rhesus is struggling as well.
Rhesus, gold.
I wonder what's doing the most damage to them.
The Horde Master.
Alright, they nearly got Golgfag down. But yeah, if this is realistic though, you'd be dropping AoE spells obviously on these guys and just blowing them all up really fast.
Fattest, strongest.
Yeah, so the Eshin Man-Eater is kind of cool because he's a single entity, so he's not a hero because he's a Regiment of Renown. So you can't put items on him, which sort of sucks. But he's immortal, kind of, because if he dies, then you can just recruit him again in 10 turns like a normal Regiment of Renown. Blackhawk Big Boss is still in here. Oh yeah, should have been popping stand your ground the whole time. Oh yeah, there's Cash Cascade. Should have had that going as well.
You know me. Gnawing hunger.
Beat up everybody so they can't hit us.
The overtime. Eternal.
There we go. No items, but banners, Mercy. Banners. Can you get banners in multiplayer? I didn't even know you could get banners in multiplayer. Unless it was like, you know, an item that came with a hero or whatever. There's a mount that the VC are missing, the Dread Abyssal. Betting those are coming with Neferata DLC. Ah, yeah, maybe. Yeah, man, I hope we get a lot more DLC to kind of cover, you know, some of the missing stuff. I know there was some rumors a while ago that, you know, there was only like 1 or 2 DLCs remaining for Warhammer, and like, but yeah, I mean, who knows if that's true or not, but like, even if there's only like 1 or 2 more DLCs left before the next game comes out, I feel like there's no reason they can't go back and do another DLC a year later or whatever, like they did with Rome 2. So yeah, so I'm sort of like, you know, I feel like it's even when like Warhammer 3 sort of ends, I reckon it's sort of still it won't really be over. Like they'll still go back and do more DLCs for it as well, hopefully. But yeah, I showed these off last time. These things are pretty crazy. They shoot these long range. Actually, we can try to show them off a little bit. They shoot these long range ice projectiles that do like AoE damage, I think. Base explosive damage. Yeah, they do like AoE explosive damage. But then but then they also have these guys that throw spears, and they also have these guys with crossbows on the back. And so basically, like, they're just auto firing their way there. So basically anything that and they're fire I'm pretty sure the missiles are like 360 fire on the move. I think they can shoot backwards as well. So I don't know, they're just like fucking everything. Like their artillery, they're like they're pretty beasty in combat. They got 60 charge bonus, you know, so they're basically like still Stonehorns in combat as well. But if anything tough comes, they can run away, and then their missile guys on the back here just kill everything, like with their missiles. Like they're probably not that effective against these kind of troops because they're only going to kill like 1 or 2. But if like an Arachnarok spider or something came, all these javelin dudes on their backs would just fucking annihilate it. Yeah, not instantly, but you could just kite away and like they'd do a few volleys and mess them up. Pretty sure it's 360, but I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not that sure, but just testing it now. Yeah. See, he's shooting out. He's not. It's not. Doesn't have to be inside the arc. Yeah. Yeah, so they've got 360 shooting, and they're like, but they're like, even though the main artillery weapon is like AoE frost damage or whatever, which is like, but even these like secondary like crossbows and spears and stuff, they do like high armor piercing single target damage. So yeah, they're pretty crazy. They've got like, they're like heavy melee. They're like a chariot that can just run over stuff. But then they also have long range artillery that does AoE, but then they also have short range like armor piercing missiles as well. Oh no, actually I think the missiles are actually pretty long range as well. They can I think they can shoot almost as far as they can with the artillery as they can with their spear throw as well. So yeah, they've kind of just got everything. They seem pretty overpowered. But I mean, I imagine they're pretty expensive. They're probably like steam tank, you know, value. They're probably like 500, 600, 700 gold a turn upkeep or something. Big question, why use Thunder Tusks instead of Stonehorns? Yeah, well, Stonehorns are purely just a melee Stonehorn harpoon launcher. Well, I don't know. Haven't done like a comparison, but like it seems like the Thunder Tusks are basically a Stonehorn with a harpoon launcher, but they've got 2 harpoon launchers and they've got an artillery piece on them as well. But it's hard because when you look at the like when you look at this, it doesn't tell you the secondary. Like this is the main gun, the frost ball thing. It doesn't tell you the stats on the secondary weapon, whereas the harpoon launcher's only got the secondary weapon. It's only got the, you know, the crossbow or whatever. Yes, I don't know if it's like the same weapon. We could we can do a comparison. I'll give him a couple more things. Oh fuck, I forgot about that. Yeah, I forgot about the difficulty. It always keeps autoed. Yeah, I think the Thunder Tusks are just like super doomstacky because if you need to use them to crush them in melee with their like a chariot, they can do that. Or you can sit back out of range and just shoot. But then if you need to, and then if something strong comes after them, well, I'll show it in a second. But yeah, if something strong comes after them, they can kite and shoot it down with their secondary weapon. And then if they need to, they can just finish everything off in melee at the end as well. So yeah, so I'll put it on legendary, very hard max AI stats style. So we've got legendary realism mode, so there's like legendary, very hard battle difficulty and max AI stats. So same as it would be if you're in a campaign, if you're playing on the max difficulty. But yeah, I don't know, like I don't really I feel like I use Stonehorns a lot, like on my heroes, but not so much because I really think they're a really cool unit or I really enjoy them, but just because it's easy, really. It's easy to get them on your hunters, easy to get them out, and it's easy to yeah, also like we were just talking about how heroes don't usually have like the superpower mounts, but ogres is actually reversed because none of the ogre lords actually can get big monster mounts, whereas their super accessible hunters can get thunder tusks, you know, which makes them like just total doomstacks straight away. Okay, so this is like a side by side of the. So it looks like it's exactly the same weapon, like it's just a guy with a big crossbow. So yeah, so it seems like the Thunder Tusk has the exact same weapon as them, plus it's got this guy throwing spears, plus it shoots the shoots frost balls or whatever as well. I don't know, there's no stats, so you can't really tell.
Biggest gonna try. Hungry.
Yeah, so for example, we could you just show. Oh, yeah, he's throwing the
Off we go.
scrap launcher or whatever.
Nothing. This way. Rampage this way.
These guys faster? 66, 50. Oh yeah, so the normal thunder tasks are quite a bit faster. These guys are only. Oh no, they were just slowed.
In the try.
Got slowed temporarily.
Carve the meat. Bring us meat.
Shoot some frost lasers. Yeah, so now we've got this big boy come after us. So we can just like run away from the rest of their army. And these guys should shoot their crossbows back at it, I think. Oh, actually, no, these guys don't have 360. I think these guys do, though. Yeah, they're shooting it.
The more cool.
Yeah, see that? There's, you see all they're shooting it with their crossbows.
Burn supper.
Or whatever they're called, harpoon launchers.
Find a meal.
Yeah, he just shot it again.
This way.
We've got the same amount of health, 10.6.
More cool.
We've actually got more health. Yeah, they're more expensive than these guys, but I feel like they're only like a bit more expensive, and I feel like they're like heaps better.
Off we go. Looking for me. Take it all. When supper.
Stonehorn charging through infantry blobs is so good for the soul. Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure this thing's pretty much just as good. I mean, I don't know. I haven't actually looked at the stats, but yeah. What's the charge bonus? 50. Oh, it's his debuff at the moment. They found Greases. Did they just take out that? I think that took out half that unit of infantry just instantly.
When do we eat?
Yeah. It still does the same thing it used to before. It's like charges through infantry. Yeah, it did a bit more impact damage as it went through there. They're beating the crap out of this Arachnarok spider. No, gonna be wrecked. Oh, Grease has got smashed by the Gorbad.
Seeking fresh meat.
Oh. Oh, my computer nearly died then. This guy's struggling. He's getting wrecked by this. So this Ragnarok Spider Flinger's got anti-large. It's actually pretty good one-on-one. Ah, he's wrecked. Can he hide? Yeah, he can hide. He can go and hide in the forest.
Gold.
Yeah, I imagine that'd be tier 5. They should be tier 5, at least. Yeah, and kite away and keep shooting with their missiles. Yeah, no, we were talking about this the other day, Spanner. So somebody told me I thought that was like that as well, but I've got realism mode on, so I can't pause it. But yeah, I thought it was like that as well, but apparently this is the unit tier in multiplayer unit tier, which just indicates its price in gold. So if a unit is like over a certain 1,000 gold value or whatever, then it'll be tier 5, or maybe 1,300 gold value or something, it'll be tier 5. If it's over like 900, it'll be tier 4 or whatever. So this has nothing to do with the campaign tier, apparently. Yeah, I thought that as well, but yeah. But I mean, I assume they would be tier 5. You would hope they're tier 5. Otherwise, what are we waiting for? What are we trying to get to tier 5 to get, if not this? Yeah, so we've essentially just only been using the Thunder Tusks to demolish this army. It's the frost, AoE frost damage stuff. No, if we stay away from these guys a little bit, they might be able to shoot them down a little bit. Alright, see if we can... One on one, these Arachnarok spiders seem to wreck them pretty good. If we can gang up on this one. Yeah, I think that's about it. Nice. Yeah, so they're pretty devastating unit. Normals, Stonehorn normals are tier 4, Harpoon launches are tier 5. Yeah, in the current game right now, normal Stonehorn are tier 4, I believe, and yeah, it's, Harpoon launches are tier 5. So I assume that these will be tier 5 as well. That's single player tier, but in multiplayer they're close to identical. Yeah, but I'm saying that the single player tier and the multiplayer tier apparently have nothing to do with each other. They're completely separate things. So tier in multiplayer is based on the gold value of the unit. Tier in single player, we refer to a tier in single player is the tier, the tier they're available, not the unit tier, but the tier that they're available at. Like what tier? Sorry, the building tier. Like, yeah, so in single player, when you're talking about tier, you're normally talking about the building tier that they're available at, not their like, threat level or whatever. But yeah, quite often when they do an update, they'll move the availability up or down, usually down a tier to make them more accessible, but it doesn't change the, the battle tier of the unit or whatever, or the cost tier of it or whatever. Noblar only army? Why do you want to see that for? In campaign, could be interesting because you can stack buffs on them and stuff. But in multiplayer, I mean in battles, it's like not very cool. To make me suffer, I don't think I'll suffer too much. I'm still trying to figure out how to make Wrathmongers good. I think Wrathmongers could be pretty good in so if we go for this is not really meant to be like a like a realistic situation or anything, but so just say we have like how do we get multiple lords? I thought we could have multiple lords somehow. Oh yeah, allow multiple lords. Okay. All right, so just say we had 4 of these dudes, and they're all on Chaos War Shrines. Just to make it 100% realistic. And then what other buffs can we get in here? So normally I'd have like 4 of these dudes, and each one would have I can't remember the name of the ability, but it's like a shield ability, and it gives them like 20 seconds of plus 24 melee defense on for the whole group. Versus high elf archers? No, fuck off. I'm gonna do like an all melee type thing. Banner of Rage. Yeah, that's what we want. Oh wait up, no, that's just single entity. What about this guy? What's he got? Icon of Endless War. Affects allies in range, maximum 1 in melee. Okay, so that only works on himself. Basically, as long as he's in combat, it keeps his figure up. These guys. Fiddle Blade, no. Bloody Shackle, no. Focus of Abjuration. Oh yeah, this is what we want. Locus of Abjuration. Yeah, so this gives 65% spell resistance. And then we go for like a couple of these guys. Alright, so this is like ridiculously expensive, but this is like kind of realistic of what you might have in a campaign, because in a campaign, you can start off with your legendary lord. So just say you got Arbal, and then on turn 1 you can recruit an extra blood speaker. Then on turn 2 you can, and then turn 1 you take a settlement or whatever. Turn 2 you recruit another blood speaker at the new settlement that you took. So now you got Arbal plus 2 blood speakers. Then turn 3 you take another settlement, you recruit another blood speaker, and then following turn you've got like Arbal plus 3 blood speakers. So it's pretty like realistic that you could be rolling around with 4 blood speakers in an army group. You can easily get 1 of each hero, right? And then we just put it up, we just go up against an enemy army of just all like melee dudes. I want him, he's a bit too lethal. I'll have a goblin shaman. You can just stay out of it. Blood Speakers are the Khorne mages. Yeah, they cast Law of Hammer. Nah, they're not mages. They're berserkers. They're kind of like the Dwarf Doomseekers. They just like yeah, just do carnage basically. I'll give him a couple of heroes and give him a couple of elite units. We should still be, you know, I don't know. I don't know if this is going to be enough stuff to deal with this, but yeah, we'll see how we go, I guess. Maybe we should do one more unit of Wrathmongers, so it's like, yeah. So this is only like a half stack though, right? Like really we'd have like more stuff than this. Maybe give them some cavalry as well. Alright, cool. So we're playing a legendary, so we've got the max stat penalties and everything. So yeah, so I'm trying to imagine like fun sort of stacks that I would want to make with Khorne. So yeah, this is you know, like the Wrathmongers are probably like a really high tier unit, so it's not like you're gonna be able to roll out with them straight away. But you could do the same thing with Chosen or whatever. But yeah, I'm intentionally giving them like no missile units. But if they did have missile units, then you could still kind of do it, but you just have to do it inside the forest, right? So we might do it inside the forest anyway. So they've got some artillery. These are Blood Speakers. So Blood Speakers are kind of like the Khorne mages, I guess. But they're, you know, they're more like priests, I guess, than mages. And obviously this doesn't take into account any of their skills that they could potentially get if they were in campaign. Yeah, so we could go into the forest to hide from their artillery. Except for these guys that don't have hide, but they can still draw fire because they don't have to hide. They still draw fire, but the trees still block artillery shots, so they shouldn't take too much damage. But some of the shots will get through, so we'll move these Wrathmongers. These Wrathmongers got hit by artillery, but they didn't lose any entities. Okay, so this guy's got this ability, right? So every 90 seconds, you can pop a 65% spell resistance AoE. But everyone's got innate spell resistance. So these guys have got 35% spell resistance. So plus 65, that's 100% spell resistance. It's only effectively 90% because of the 90% cap, but it's still good, right? And the reason why I wanted to pop that is because they've got this ability, Blood Sacrifice, which basically gives 1% heal per second for 10 seconds. So these guys have got 9.6k, nearly 10k health. So it's basically going to heal like 10% of their health, like 960 health. But it's going to do like, I don't know, 1100 damage to these guys. Because it's going to take, yeah, because it does an average of about 105 damage per second. for 10 seconds to this guy, but a spell resistance apparently reduces it. So I'm hoping if we pop this at the same time, we can actually get them 90% spell resistance. So they should only take about 100 damage to themselves, and they can heal nearly 1,000 damage to these guys. So, and they can do it 3 times each. So what's that? 12,000 health. That should be able to heal about 12,000 health. So it's not going to be enough to like heal all these guys back from the dead, but it'd be enough to like top them up a little bit, you know. So yeah, they've wasted all their artillery on us, just shooting at us in the forest. So that's all done. Spells just shot us. They're like...
Fury follows my call! Follow! We bring the end of all! Rip and tear! Rip body from bone!
Alright, try and keep together in a tight group.
Cultist of the Blood God! Forge war! Born's fury! My savagely
Taking some hectic damage already. So, we'll get this guy to cast his spell resistance, and then we'll get this guy to heal him, this guy to heal him, this guy to heal him, this guy to heal him.
Blood Speaker!
So, he's taken I don't know, not much damage.
The voice of blood!
Yeah, I don't know. They took a bit of damage in combat as well, obviously, but they didn't take that much damage. This guy just heals himself. It's pretty cool.
I serve the X-Father!
Buff up our melee attack. 60 melee attack now. Debuff. Oh yeah, we've got all these other things we could be doing as well.
Blood! Blood! Blood Speaker!
There's it's like an AoE damage over time. Alright, cooldown's back up on this. 8 seconds till the magic resist is up.
Martial supremacy!
Okay, spell resistance.
Desolation consumes all! Inevitable triumph! Power of the wolf! Exalted hero of Korn! Anointed in blood!
Doing damage over time as well. Yeah, I should have been using that as well. 17 seconds till that's up. He's gone again. Blood sacrifice nearly up again. For 44 seconds till we can use the magic resist, but these guys have already got 35% magic resist anyway, so they only take about 800 damage instead of 1100 just naturally. But with that, they take, you know, like 100 damage or whatever. It's really like much less. It's 26 seconds. Yeah, I guess we can wait for it. Yeah, this damage over time, I'm not sure how effective that is, but it's got to be doing something. Yeah, actually, it'd be interesting to know how good that actually is.
Mightiest warriors of chaos. Blood Speaker. Inevitable triumph. Blood Speaker. Anointed in blood. Exalted teacher of bloodshed. Mortal flesh made mighty.
Dropped it over here so it wouldn't hit my own guys, but yeah. So anyway, yeah, you get the gist. So yeah, I guess I wanted to sort of show off these new guys. I should have done some more close-ups on them so you can see them doing their thing. But yeah, these guys, you don't necessarily have to put them on the mount. Like I wouldn't really put them on these most of the time because they're just going to get the crap shot out of them. If you're going to put them into an infantry blob, it's much better having them on a horse or even just on foot, mixed in there. But yeah, one reason you want to put them on this is because they have 11,000 hit points on here instead of 4,000 or whatever they naturally have. So this blood sacrifice, it heals 10% of the target unit that you're healing, but it does about 1,000 damage to this guy. So the damage you take is flat damage. It's about 1,000 or whatever on average, but it heals 10% of the target unit. So if you do it on like a high health unit like these guys, you're healing nearly 1,000 hit points. And if you've got a lot of hit points, then and it does flat damage, then you're taking less of a percentage. But yeah, if you don't have any if you don't have any additional spell resistance, then you only got this 35%. Then you're going to take about 800 instead of taking 1,000 or 1,100. You're going to take about 800 damage. But yeah, but if you've got the 90%, if you've got like 90% spell resistance by this guy popping this, or you've just stacked a ward save and spell resistance on these guys, because that's the thing, these guys are just basic, right? If you're in campaign, like they got their 35% base spell resistance, plus you're going to have a Chaos Warrior in there, you're going to have at least one Exalted Hero in there, giving you 10% extra magic resistance to the whole army. If you have 4 of them, that's like 40% spell resistance to the whole army. So now these guys are up to like 75% if you got 4 of them, you know. But even if you just say you have 1, that's like 45%. Then they've got a Talisman of Preservation that's like 16%, so they're up to like 61. Maybe they've probably got a blue armor. They've got at least 10% ward save there, so it's like 71. And then if you got some like crappy green item with like 25% spell resist on it or something, then you know what I mean. Like, so it's going to be pretty easy for Khorne units to cap out 90% spell resistance. And this ability, Blood Sacrifice, you know. Yeah, it's just, yeah, instead of doing 1,000, it's only going to do like 100 damage to them. So that way, even if you're just on foot with like 4,000 hit points, you know, you can cop 100 damage 3 times, 300 damage, maybe 400 damage. Not a big deal. But yeah, so I'm planning on trying that out a bit. I think like having Khorne healing would be pretty cool. I really wish there was a hero version of these guys there. I think that'd be really cool. Maybe they could do that as a free LC later on or something like that. You reckon the Mortis engine did an average of approximately 650 damage per use? Yeah, We could actually, I might just quickly test that just to you know. Actually, I'll just put him on foot. We have no spells this time. What's a good unit to like? If they have four lords, I guess we give them like 4 units. Yeah, it's like you can't. I thought that in Warhammer 2, if you constantly moved, then you could stop your characters from attacking. But it seems like they still attack in Warhammer 3. But maybe it might reduce. It might reduce the amount of times they attack, like per second, but or per 10 seconds. But oh yeah, I just realized these guys are all going to die. They're not going to be durable enough to deal with this. This is pretty cool. Plus 40 melee attack, but cannot die. So you can cast that on your unit when they're about to charge or whatever. Actually, I don't know. When would you want to use that? Just when you want something to die, want to kill something really fast, I guess.
Blood Speaker! The voice of blood! We do not cease! Wrath manifest! Slaughter by example! Wrath commands! Fury follows my call! Our blood roars!
Gonna die would be great for stopping demonic instability, yeah, for sure.
The path beckons!
I'm trying to sort of get them separate from each other, but
Blood Speaker!
wrong guy.
Again and again! Desolation! 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 Students of slaughter! Blood Speaker!
It's still going.
Desolation will throw! Blood Speaker! Wrath manifest!
That's finished now. Yeah, I don't know. They're taking like 800 damage, but he might have thrown in a melee hit there as well and killed a bunch of them. I'm not sure.
We walk the path!
Can you cast this on yourself? Oh, you can cast it on yourself. That's interesting.
Blood Speaker! God of murder! Lord of terror! God of murder!
Yeah, 2 of them together, like alternating their things, seems pretty good.
Students of slaughter!
So I'm going to pop this guy in here. He's going to pop his magic resistance. And then these guys can both just heal themselves. And they should both get health. I don't know, it didn't seem to really work. They still seem to take a shit ton of damage.
The voice of blood. Blood speaker. Students of slaughter. Blood speaker. Desolation will
We're going to see it's on 670, 600, 670 they're on.
Fury follows my toy.
Six to 70, so 5-6. So it did about like 650, 660 damage.
The voice of blood.
Alright.
Horn, forgive us. Scour the battlefield. No stopping. Blood speaker.
Okay, so he's on. He's got the spell resistance on. So his spell resistance is 100%, essentially, well, you know, effectively or whatever. He's got 1,300 hit points.
Will answer my call.
That's weird. So it didn't. It's like it didn't heal him at all. So it just did the. So the spell resistance seemed to work. So he only took about 100, 120 hit points damage, but the heal didn't work at all. So yeah, that's weird. So it lets them cast it on himself, but it doesn't actually heal him. I think is what's going on. Average of 750 damage, yeah. Yeah, you have like 4 of them together, and they're like healing each other. Might be alright. But even actually on this side, it didn't seem to work either. Actually, they just both seem to take damage and not heal anything. Doesn't say they can't. Oh, maybe. Is the magic resist like stopping the healing as well? Maybe because they've got like if you have high magic resist, that blocks the healing as well. I don't know. You wouldn't think so. I'll try and cast it on this guy and see how we go. Okay, so we'll pop our spell resistance again. Then this guy casts it on him. And this guy casts it on him. Yeah, so he's getting big heals. He's getting big heals, and this guy took a tiny bit of damage. Not too bad. And this guy got heals as well, yeah? Yeah. Okay, cool. So I think maybe they can't cast it on themselves. But they can cast it on each other. It's okay.
Fury follows my call. Scour the battlefield. No stopping. We walk the path. Blood speaker. The voice of blood. until none remain. Spreading his will.
Yeah, is this guy? I thought this guy was supposed to have some sort of ability where if he's in combat, the more kills he does, the more he, you know, gets better or something. I feel like he really needs the hunger, like regeneration in combat, to make this whole ability setup make sense, you know? Because he doesn't have enough health. He doesn't have enough health to be able to sacrifice. Like, he's only got like 4,500 base health or something. And if he casts that ability 3 times, he'll take 3,000 damage. So, you know what I mean? Like, so it's like, if he had some sort of, like, if he was regaining health by killing enemies or whatever, then that would sort of make sense. But if he's just gonna, like, kill himself, then it's a bit stupid. But yeah, but with the spell resist buff as well, it's pretty cool, I guess. But yeah, they're sort of not tanky enough. They only have 60 armor. I wonder if you put them on a corn mount, if that would how does this last? Yeah, it's not enough.
Exalted teacher of bloodshed.
I don't know. He didn't seem like he took healed that much. Did they heal at all? I don't know. I'm still not sure what's going on when I heal the actual blood speakers.
Blood speaker. Anointed in blood.
I know it's a bit chaotic because there's like stuff going on and I'm trying not to, you know, die and stuff, and yeah. But yeah, I think we kind of proved that the spell resistance works, and they only take about 120 damage when the spell resistance is on effect. But I'm still not sure what's going on with, like, whether it works when they cast it on themselves or not. Might just try and test that one again. I might just make the goblins. I might just make the enemies like goblins or something, so they don't do us. They don't kill us fast. An average of 750 damage. Yeah, but it says unlimited targets, right? So if we're like a really big blob, like it would be really crazy because it'd be doing 750 damage to like everything in the entire blob, which is, you know, 750 damage is like 10% of the unit's health for a lot of units. I guess that would do more damage versus larger entities, larger groups. I might just do it again, but I'll do like just a crap ton of goblins, so that like basically the heroes won't be doing much damage to the goblins in terms of their melee attacks, won't be affecting them too much, but their yeah, I'll give these guys juggernaut mounts so they've got armor. These guys, so they've got 60 armor normally. They've got 80 armor on mounts. Yeah, I'll give them mounts, see whether that makes them any better. Using a little bit more hit points. I don't know, it might be... Oh, actually, yeah. And then we'll just put... Yeah, put them all on mounts, and we'll just give them, like, normal goblins. Whatever, that's fine. All right, I'll just put them in groups, like, so we can make sure we know exactly which one's which.
Blood speaker. Students of slaughter. Slaughter by example.
Right, so they didn't do that. On the charge, they only did a little bit of damage. So they should be doing like not much damage, right?
Speaker. Rule this murder. The voice of blood. Spreading his will. Blood speaker. Halt at once.
And then yeah, so we just rotate this.
Desolation.
So it targets every single unit in the blob, just like Flock of Doom kind of thing.
God, manifest.
No, bro. 2 casts have already broken them all. 3 casts. That's it. Game over.
Desolation will fall.
Alright, whatever.
Blood speaker.
Yeah, these guys have super low morale, so.
Students of slaughter.
Okay, cool. So then this guy can pop this, and then this guy can heal himself. So he's got 4.1k health. Alright, basically it just damaged him for about 100 and something damage. Okay, so now this guy will pop the magic resist again. Now this guy will heal this guy. So he's like 4.2. Yeah, so he got about 400 health or whatever. He got about 10% health, which is what he was supposed to get. And this guy took a little bit of damage. Okay, so now we do it. Now let's try it without the magic resist. So we'll get this guy to heal this guy. So he's got, right now he's got 4.1k health. Yeah, so he lost about 800 health. So yeah, so the magic resist is 100% working. Without magic resist, take about 800 damage. With 35% magic resist, they're taking about 800 damage. With 90%, they're taking like 120 damage or something. They're healing about 10% as you would expect. But when you cast it on yourself, it doesn't seem to work.
The voice of blood. Torches.
Okay, so we put the spell resist on. Then this guy, 3.9. Yeah, he just doesn't get the effect at all.
Mortal flesh made mighty.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. So they just kind of cast it on themselves, basically, yeah. But no, so it's 100% working, yeah. So it's, yeah. Still pretty cool, pretty cool. But yeah, this is pretty powerful. It's just like wrecking everything. I wonder if you can upgrade this. Probably, yeah, you probably can't upgrade it, but yeah, it'd be cool if there was an upgraded version of this or something, so you could stack it, have one upgraded, one not upgraded, and double stack it. Like in campaign, I mean.
Blood Seeker!
All right. Well, I'm digging that. Thanks to whoever it was that pointed out to me that spell resist blocked it.
Future bloodshed!
Definitely makes it a lot more useful. Does Skull Taker have a special Juggernaut? Yes. Yep, he does. Yeah, Skull Taker's Juggernaut is called Kultaran. Excuse me. Mercy with the early access. Yep, indeed, indeed. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what else I really am interested with the corn stuff. Does it look any different than the red one? I can do a comparison. Fuck off. Twitch keeps saying, "Oh, chat seems active. Consider clipping this moment." Like every time someone does a comment in chat, chat's super quiet in Twitch, right? Only like every like once per hour somebody is saying something in chat in Twitch, you know. And every time somebody says something in chat, Twitch is like, "Oh, you should clip it. Somebody commented on that thing." It's like, shut up, Twitch. Jesus, desperate. All right, let's do a Juggernaut comparison. I don't think the normal lords would have a different Juggernaut, but I guess we could chuck one in as well. So yeah, normal Lord Juggernaut. Oh, actually, he doesn't have a Juggernaut. He's got Flesh Hound Corn, but yeah. Cool Tyran. Sorry, yes, he does have a unique model for his Juggernaut. We can show that off in a second. And what other mounts are there? Oh, I guess we can just show normal Flesh Hound as well. Twitch is trying to help. Stop being kind to Twitch. Yeah, whatever. Is everybody on their mounts? Juggernaut, Flesh Hound, Kultaran, Juggernaut. Yep. I hadn't actually checked it out myself, but I saw a bit of Lawmaster Sotek's stream after my stream yesterday, and he was showing off the special Juggernaut, saying how it's got a unique like bronze, black and red kind of color scheme.
Skull Taker! Horns will! Lord of Chaos!
Yeah, so this is the Lord and the Hero have the same one, although there's some different parts there. You notice this one's got a different icon on his shoulder and stuff. I assume those are just random though. And yeah, he's got this like black and bronze plates thing going on. It's pretty badass. It's actually a different model. It's got like some extra skulls and, you know, more terrifying, slightly bigger head. No, I haven't got any shader. I haven't got shader on, reshade on. I think I will put reshade on though, at some point, make it look better. But yeah, I know. Even the normal Juggernauts look sick as well. I don't know. I love all the Juggernauts. They look fucking cool. Juggernauts are the coolest mount in the game, in my opinion. Love them. It's funny, I don't really like demigryphs because I feel like they're a bit like over the top for Empire, but Juggernauts have been around for so long for Khorne, like since like 1990 or something, you know, Juggernauts came out. So they're just like, I don't know, like, I mean, if somebody coming into the game now might look at a Juggernaut and think, oh, that looks pretty unrealistic, that who could be riding on that? But like, it just seems like the most natural thing in the world to me. Like Juggernauts are just Juggernauts and Khorne are almost like intertwined for me, you know. But yeah, and these are normal flesh hounds. No, that's the regiments of renowned flesh hounds. And then this is Arbal. This is Arbal's monster flesh hound. He actually looks pretty cool. Yeah, this is this weird thing. I don't really like dog mounts normally. Like I don't like the Nurgle mounts that look like dogs and stuff. I don't particularly like them too much. But for some reason, when it's a flesh hound, when it's Arbal and a flesh hound, I'm like, that's totally fine. No problem with that after all. Flesh hound. All the models in this game look fucking amazing, don't they? Look at these things, terrifying. Like, Jesus Christ. Imagine having to fight that.
Albal the undefeated! Nothing will deter me! My footsteps, their graves. The earth will tremble.
Somebody was saying that there was a bit of a weirdness going on with his model, like when the mount charges.
The only way. Tirelessly onward.
I don't know. I think he looks okay now. Maybe they fixed it. It looks. I mean, he doesn't look amazing, but he doesn't look too weird or anything.
Where I go, doom follows. Nothing will deter me. Rage strikes us. At the enemy, the foe is doomed. Prey and prey.
Yeah, no, see, you can actually, yeah, see, Azul's got a heaps cooler animation. Like he kind of bounces in the saddle nicely and stuff like that. But yeah, Skulltaker's, Al's one's not as good. I think they said there's something about the animation. They changed something about the mount or whatever, and so yeah. But yeah, Juggernauts are sick. I love it. Yeah, I think we've looked at all these mounts as much as we need to now. See if this guy's got a good animation actually. Same as Arbal really, just sort of, yeah. Nothing special, hey.
Moving out, executing, maneuvering.
That's good enough.
I don't fail.
Yeah, I don't look at these guys up close in melee often enough. Yeah, look at this fucking monster. You may not like it, but this is what peak performance looks like. That is like the coolest thing in the fucking world. Dual wielding, just using his knees to hold onto his mount while he dual wields fucking demon axes. I wish Arbal was black. Why is that? Is he meant to be black in the lore? Or you just think it would be cooler if he was black? I don't know, I think he looks really cool. Have you tried the Chosen anti-large ROR? They seem too OP. I mean, I play primarily only campaign, so I very rarely play multiplayer. So yeah, I doubt that I'm gonna think that it's too OP for campaign. If you mean, do I think it's balanced for multiplayer? It's like, yeah, no idea, don't care. I mean, I do. I mean, I obviously I want the units to be balanced in multiplayer, but it's not my area. You know, I'm sure there'll be numerous other people that'll be looking at that and talking about that. But yeah, this is the Khorne Slaughter Guard. They're pretty awesome. Did you want to do a unit? You want me to make them fight something or whatever? Is there something you want them to test them out on? Like I don't really have any goals for this stream. I kind of want to have the day off today, but so I'm pretty much just here to test out whatever you guys want to see. If I think of something cool, I'll do it. But otherwise, you know, you're welcome to suggest stuff if you guys want to see particular units or whatever. I'm probably gonna log off soon. Yeah, did you want to see them fight something? Yeah, what do you want me to, what do you want to see them fight? I guess ogres. Ogres are large. I wonder if the thunder tusks would kite them. Where's the? Where am I? Oh, there it is. Black Orcs versus Yetis. Okay, nice. Yeah, we can do Black Orcs versus. We'll do Black Orcs versus Yetis after this. Versus Golgfag's Man-Eaters. What's another unit we would like to see them beat up? Yetis. Alright, that'll do. I don't know how this is going to work because there's a bit of a speed problem going on here, but you know, we'll see how we go. See if we can try and get them to do their thing. Do you want to see it like campaign style, like with max AI stat modifiers, or you want to see it like even multiplayer sort of style? I guess we'll do it. We'll do it multiplayer style, just for an even comparison. Because like I said, I don't think anyone cares if the unit's overpowered in campaign. Especially if it's an ROR, since there's only one of them. Yeah, I think with unit caps, like with Regiments of Renown, like I think you can really excuse me, make them as overpowered as you want, because you've only got one of them. Within reason. They look pretty cool, like the black and red, the black with the red piping, it looks pretty cool. It's similar to the that Chaos Dwarf unit, Regiment of Renown. Campaign, no one plays. I'll play. Oh, okay. Sorry. This is just this is on normal balance, like multiplayer. Well, this is the same as if you're playing on normal difficulty in campaign.
Lord of Corn, Lord of Skulls. Onward, Northmen! Armies of the Dark Gods.
Actually, these guys probably want to be in block formation.
Spread corruption.
Actually, everyone wants to be in block formation and just receive the charge, don't they?
Slaves to darkness. For the dark gods cannot steer us.
Well, they're all fucking going for the different units that I don't want them to go for. God damn it!
Yes. More than barbarians.
Alright, well they're gonna kill that Lord. I bet that Lord's gonna go down in about 2 seconds flat. They're kicking the shit out of the Yetis. They're destroying this Lord. They're trying to kill this Stonehorn. Multiplayer exists so that the multiplayer community can become experts in unit balance and provide unit balance feedback to help balance my campaign play, so that I don't have to provide feedback to balance the campaign units. That's my breakdown of it. No, multiplayer is really fun. Like multiplayer is really fun. Like the multiplayer battles in this game are really fun. but yeah, I just don't have time for it really, and it's just not as it doesn't enthrall me quite the same way as campaign does. It kind of enthralls me in a different way, I guess, but yeah. Chasing this guy. I don't know if you're seeing what you wanted to see here, but yeah. Well, I don't know. That was a pretty chaotic test. It wasn't a very good test, but I'm pretty confident these guys would beat up any of these units. No problem. Toxic masculinity faction. I don't know. I don't really feel like it's appropriate to apply those like political terms to Warhammer. But yeah, they cost 1,800. How much do these guys cost? 2250. Well, yeah. So you would expect it to beat up all these two units, and you'd kind of expect it to beat up that. I guess they might not beat up. They probably wouldn't beat up the Thunder Tusks in a real battle because you would kite them. So like if I played as the ogres, and I had like 4 Thunder Tusks, like, and the AI had like those units, they'd be pretty much helpless. Yeah, like if the AI had that. So yeah, so I mean, it's a hard one because like with the AI, like they'll just derp out and get melee, and I'll let me melee them. But yeah, if I was controlling the Thunder Tusks, I'm pretty sure we would wreck them. No, I'm not saying masculinity isn't political. I'm saying Khorne is not political, you know? It's like, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I don't think like Khorne is like, I don't think modern politics or fucking any of that shit is related to Khorne, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to play Khorne to like take a fucking political stance on anything, you know what I mean? And I don't think we need to like see them through that lens, you know?
The Cleaver Wielder!
Khorne is liberal. He loves all skulls equally. Farts are related to Nurgle, yeah. But yeah, like, you know, girls can play Khorne, guys can play fucking Slanesh, elf women, whatever, you know. You do whatever you want in a computer game, you know. It's not, yeah. I don't think it has anything to do. I don't think it necessarily has to have anything to do with politics. It's all of us, yeah. Anyway, I'll stop talking about that now. I'm a gym bro. Khorne is my faction, not gonna lie. Yeah, well, I mean, if you're gonna cosplay as your favorite character, then personally, I'd feel a lot more comfortable if you cosplay as Khorne than if you cosplay as Marathi. But you know, but that's just my preference, you know.
I go.
But we don't need. I don't think we need to like, you know. Don't need to put those values onto the faction, you know. They can just do their own thing. Corn can just be corn. Calling greenskins football hooligans is appropriate. Yeah, I think greenskins are kind of... Greenskins definitely... like they came out around the time when football hooliganism was at its height, I guess, in like the 80s, yeah. But yeah, anyway, I guess I don't really need to show you this, but yeah. We can just kite them and kill them, so yeah. So even though we killed them easily with the halberds, you know, in real life, they wouldn't let me melee them. They wouldn't let me melee them with the halberds, obviously. That was the source material, no? Yeah, I'm pretty sure like they definitely based the greenskin personality on football hooligans. Like even like here we go and stuff. Here we go, here we go, here we go. You know, like the football songs and shit. You know, like yeah, greenskin's 100% based on football culture. Yeah. Well, anyway, yeah. Like I said, you don't need to watch. You don't need to watch this play out. I think we can imagine where this is going. Fucking shut up, fucking Twitch. I think Twitch is just gonna keep going until I clip some shit. Yeah, I've read the first book of Malice, and I've started the second book, but I don't think I've finished it yet. I've kind of forgotten what was happening in it now because it was like years ago that I was reading them. All right. Well, yeah. Is there any other units we want to check out? Oh yeah. What did you want to see? Yetis versus fucking greenskins. So Yetis have a an AoE debuff, Aura of Frost. Use minus 15% speed and minus 8 melee defense. So it's gonna be, and it's only 35 meter radius. So if they're in like a line, it's gonna affect maybe like one unit on either side of them, plus the unit that they're attacking, they're in melee with. So you could just go for like all Yetis, right? And then you're gonna be applying the debuff to everything. But you could probably just go like every second unit. You know, you could probably just go every second unit Yetis. And just have like Ogre Bulls or Ogre Bull dual weapons or something in between the Yetis. And that would still get it done. So if we look at their stat line compared to these guys, they got the same number of units, but these guys are cheaper, but they have more hit points, more armor, a little bit less attack, but more melee defense. A little bit less a fair bit less weapon strength, but more charge bonus. They're minus 20, but they've got 5 infantry plus. So versus infantry, they're only 15 less damage. So these guys. Actually, yeah, maybe all Yetis is the way to go. They take plus 10. Yeah, I guess what I was sort of saying is like, yeah, you probably don't need them to be all Yetis because the Yetis don't really bring anything to the table apart from, like, the only thing the Yetis are giving you is the Aura of Frost. And like I was saying, you only need every second unit to be Yetis to get to have the Aura of Frost up. So you could probably go like half Yetis, half Golgfag's man-eaters. There's nothing else that... Yetis are more for debuffing, right? And then the rest of the troops deal the damage. Well, yes and no. Like, so Yetis are good for debuffing, but Yetis also do really good damage. So they got 120 weapon strength, 38 melee attack, and actually, should I compare it with them? No, I should compare it with like those guys and maybe like Those guys, I guess. Yeah, so these are some other top tier. These are other top tier melee infantry that we've got. So they're not as good as the man-eaters. They're a bit less. They do a bit more damage than the great weapons, but you know, less charge and less melee attack. So the charge sort of makes up for it. Yeah, the Iron Guts are more durable. They got like heaps more armor than the Yetis, and more hit points as well. So yeah, so I guess what I'm trying to say is, yeah, I think the most efficient thing to do would be to mix in like 3 Yetis with like 4 units of Iron Guts if you want them to be tanky, or 4 units of Man-Eaters or Golgfags if you want them to be more damagey. Golgfags and, you know, Golgfags and yeah. But sorry, I was gonna say, yeah, to me, like the best like combination would be something like this, I reckon. But if you want to, but they are still higher damage and high charge and all that, so they just, even by themselves, they're still going to be good, right? And then what do we want to fight? Greenskins. Who is the Lord? Oh yeah, Cast the Lord. Versus Black Orcs. Alright, how many Black Orcs do we want? 8? Nineteen Black Orcs. Alright. I feel like we're gonna need a bit more. We're at 80,000. All right, that's about the same in points. Obviously, we would. Actually, no. I might just make it. I'm not going to make it fair. I'll make it. Oh, I suppose we could put him. We could just give him some Noblars or something. There we go. All right, so there we go. We got sort of a pseudo fair battle. We've actually got a little bit extra because of the Noblars, but yeah, whatever. And then yeah, so we put it on a legendary, very hard, you know, realism mode, very hard, max AI stats, battle bonuses, and all that. And we'll do some like empire map, random empire map, so we can like simulate a pseudo campaign battle. Hey Balbizu, if you have time, Messi, do you mind showing the big corn monster after this? Yeah, no problem, man. And keep it coming. If there's any stuff you want to see, like chuck it. Yeah, let me know. Warhammer used to be more radical, but at the end of the day, it embraced a more pulp, crazy sword and sorcery identity that isn't meant to be taken seriously. Yeah, for sure. It's Warhammer's always been a just like throw shit at the wall and see what sticks kind of a thing, you know. I don't think there's ever been like a real agenda or anything. All right. Yeah, cool. That actually lined up the way I wanted it to. That's good.
Ready!
All right. Are we the attacker or defender? I think we're the defender. Yep. All right. Let's pull back a bit. Actually, we don't want to fight in the trees. It's going to be a bit of uphill fighting going on here. I don't know if we're going to win this. I feel like this is going to be rough.
Stories be told. Expecting payments. Golgfag's man-eaters. I smell meat. Guts and glory. For the loot. Golgfag's mercs.
Let's get 'em! Good little runners!
Yeah, we're not wide enough. These Blackhawks have got like this buff where they put their melee defense up heaps. So yeah, it's a problem. And we need to be able to get around them so we can flank.
Fortune and food. Golgfag's mercs.
Yeah, we're getting fucking ruined. Getting ruined. Yeah, these guys are. Yeah, so I should have gone one side. Should have gone like heavy, like Noblar, suicide Noblars on one side and just gone heavy flank on the other side. That would have been better. Yeah, we're going to lose in this grinding thing. So with ogres, you need to be like charging them all the time. So yeah, so that was like a bad, like, so I went like even, like a fair fight kind of thing. So basically I lost that one, right? But no, I just want to end the battle. No, I want to do a rematch. Don't know if you're like me, but when I saw the bowler squigs, that cracked me up. They're hilarious. Yeah, they're fantastic. Hope to tell us everything coming in 6.0 soon. Arbal starts something I'm dying to know. Hey, just Kai, I'm going to be playing Arbal tomorrow. About 3 hours earlier than now tomorrow. I'll be able to play Arbal, so you'll be able to see exactly where he starts, and I can show all the other starts as well. Oh yeah, so I'm just going to do the same exact thing again, but we'll just I might just try a different map actually, because that map sucked. Yeah, this one probably sucks as well, but that's fine. Sorry about Balbizu. After this, I just want to have one more crack at this. I feel like if we did the same thing, but we overload one flank, we might be okay. PZA just hosted us on YouTube. Thanks a lot, PZA. You're awesome, man. And yeah, welcome everyone coming over from PZA stream. Hope you guys have been having a good time. Yeah, so I was thinking what we do this time instead is we just suicide a bunch of suicide the Noblars on that side.
Golgfag's man-eaters.
And then we try and overload this side. Mixed Yeti Ogre Maniples, yeah, that's right. Right, we can, if we chill up here, we can hopefully get a bit of high ground action going on.
Golgfag's mercs. Guts and glory.
Battle of Lucretia, Thebes versus Sparta. This is like exact recreation of that battle. Alright, so now I'm gonna put these guys here. So basically all this stuff hopefully is gonna be trying to kill these guys. And hopefully they'll succeed. I mean, hopefully they'll be able to hold it for a bit.
Gut instinct. Run or no eating. I feel the hunger.
Oh, that's probably gonna miss, isn't it? Nothing.
Noblars! Shopping!
Big move. Throw those guts. Pulverize them. Golgfag's mercs. Ain't it for the gold? Master of butchery.
We'll try and keep these guys alive. These guys can try and kite them back into there.
The Slaughtermaster.
Normal and piggyback Noblars. The piggyback Noblars are anti-large.
Hunger.
I'm trying to cancel the spells. Like right click on the map. So it's taken a long time. See, yeah, these Black Orcs are just so tough. It's really hard to get them down, even with the even by like overflowing this.
Fortune and food.
We can break, you fox. We can put just wasted that. That's alright.
Guts and glory.
They're out there. Alright, these guys are just collapsing already. Yeah, this is pretty rough, but
The Slaughtermaster.
you do.
Hunger man-eaters. Stories be told. Battle of hunger.
Yeah, we're gonna roll. They're gonna roll up.
Leader of butchers. The cleaver wielder.
Yeah, I probably should have spread them out more to try to just delay them. Yeah, so we should be like cycle charging everything basically if you can, but you kind of need a mixture of Noblars or something in there to you need a mixture of Noblars or something in there just to kind of pin them while you're cycle charging them with your other stuff.
Golgfag's man-eaters.
We can maybe kite them a little bit with these guys. That might get the job done. Yeah, these guys are so tough. We've actually got to kill them all. Otherwise, they'll just kind of come back. If these guys can stay alive long enough to kite them away for a while, that would be really good.
Feel the hunger! Golgfag vanishes! Expecting payment!
Alright, try and cycle charge all these guys out. I mean, trying to cycle them all out, man.
Good little runners. Off we go. Take it all. Quick. Looking for him.
Gotta keep those guys kind of. I think I need to chase them off.
Golgfag's mercs!
Yeah. Let's get him. We ogre mates.
Stories be told! The hunger noise!
Looking at Thundertusk replays, people are using them more like self-sufficient artillery because they do less damage, charge damage than Stonehorns overall. Don't know if that translates to SP. Yeah, that's pretty much what I was saying as well, Spanner. Just they're just good at everything, you know. Like they're a good artillery piece. They've also got a really good ranged attack, like non-artillery ranged attack. That's also, well, I guess it's sort of artillery. Am I just trying to isolate these two units and fuck them up?
Golgfag's man-eaters!
Try and like get these Noblars to kind of distract a little bit over here. These guys are going to probably, yeah, especially against the great weapons, they're going to survive longer if they run, I think. Yeah, try and destroy those units.
Golgfag's mercs!
Ooh, this one's like low, we'll try and grab him. We can actually just break him with this. Boom, we should break him instantly, there we go. Don't need both of them. Yeah, this guy gets get back out. Let's do some more cycle charging. These guys need to get out. Yeah, so the Yetis are pretty fragile. You can see all the Yetis are all fucked up compared to the Golgfag's man-eaters are a bit better. So I think like this would have been better if it was like all Golgfag's man-eaters with just like 2 or 3 Yetis and look up and have the Yetis like babysit the Yetis a lot more and just have a kind of like, so I'd charge in the Golgfags first and then charge the Yetis in behind the Golgfags so that they don't take as much damage but they're still applying their debuff.
Golgfag's mercs! Ogre vanishes!
Which one's the one? No one. No. Some buffs happening.
Golgfag's man-eaters!
Serve the ogres. Now halfway, boss.
Alright, got another unit isolated here so we can try to beat him.
The Slaughtermaster! The meat ritual! Golgfag's mercs! Roll those guts!
Oh yeah, we can chuck some heals down. These guys still got 16 entities, so we can heal them up to 4. And they can just stay in there and brawl now because they're at full health. They guys don't need those guys. Okay, let's try and double team them.
Bring them down! Golgfag's man-eaters! Fortune and food! Golgfag's man-eaters!
We gotta keep those charge bonuses going.
Naughty bad.
The meat is ready!
Get these debuffs happening. Debuff from the melee defense a little bit.
Leader of butchery!
Nice.
Golgfag's mercs! In it for the gold!
going. All right, need this. Still cycle charging these guys. So every time they've been in there for a few seconds, you got to get them back out again. Ogres don't brawl good. Like you can't just leave them in there and let them do the thing. So they're not good at that. You got to get them out, get them to cycle charge back in again.
I feel the hunger. Golgfag's woods.
Serving the masters. Here for shinies.
Move it, far.
Yeah, now if we can pull them apart and just like isolate these units here, smash them. Try and get these guys out of there.
Nearly dinner time. Supreme watery.
So we've got the speed advantage. They've got all the infantry. Oh yeah, if another unit that's like got high entity number but low health. They're like these guys, 14 entities, but they're half health.
It's all lies. The Slaughtermaster.
Get him to just keep them routing. These guys should be pretty much done. Okay, they're nearly about to break. Pop this on. And they're broken. Boom. You can retreat. Right there.
Cookmaster Supreme.
We can leave the Noblars in there to die. Let's get everybody out except for that guy.
I hear it's cool. Moving fine.
I would get this guy by himself. Good one.
My cleaver is sharp. The Slaughtermaster will.
Consider it done. Damn run. Overwhelm them.
Yep, so we'll smash that unit.
Yeah, yeah.
I feel the hunger. Hungry for more.
Let's go, Noblars.
We'll slow these guys down. There we go. But anyway, yeah. But yeah, that was more of a... Oh, Battlesy just raided us on Twitch. Thanks a lot, Battlesy, and welcome everyone coming over from Battlesy's stream. Sorry, I was like in the middle of an important battle there. Had to focus. Thanks heaps for the host, Battlesy, and yeah, cheers. Welcome everybody. Hope you guys are having a good time. We're just testing out some units and just checking out different battle combinations and stuff like that. So we're just talking about Yetis. Talking about Yetis have got the -8 melee defense debuff and speed. The speed debuff actually is pretty good as well. I forgot to talk about that or think about that. But yeah, we want to be cycle charging in and out as much as I could. So that was I was kind of showing there like us using the speed advantage of the ogres because they've got 50 speed normally, but these guys are tired. Oh yeah, so now we've got the tiredness shows with the actual stat bonuses on here. Like you guys always got tired, just didn't tell you what it did. Now it actually displays it. But yeah, like so the Yetis like give you the melee defense debuff on the enemies so you can crush them more easily in combat, and also slows them down so it's easier for you to pull out and like recycle charge. Yeah, so but I think they're not as good as mainline infantry as like Golgfag's man-eaters or like Iron Guts or something like that, if you want something that's going to be like really tough and durable. But yeah, I think if you combine like a few Yetis with your Golgfag's ogres, Golgfag's man-eaters, or iron guts, you know, so you've got like that durable line. That'll be pretty good. But yeah, so the first time I did it, it was just like an even one-on-one battle, and that's like basically what not to do with ogres, I guess. And that second time it was like, yeah, that's what you want to be doing. You want to be like overloading, like you got superior mobility on your infantry because you're all monstrous infantry. You want to be like overloading a flank, and like, yeah, and cycle charging. Yeah, sort of like I was talking about yesterday as well, of having expendable units. Like I think with ogres it works especially well. Like if you have you know, if you have a 20 stack and you have like 10 ogres and 10 noblars, or you know, 12 ogres and 8 noblars or something, and you expect the noblars to take a lot of casualties, and you can just replace them if you need to. If you've got good replenishment, they come back pretty good anyway. Do you know anything about the next update after this DLC? What are you talking about the next update after this DLC, Wolfspaul? Like, we haven't even done this DLC yet. Jesus. No, I don't know anything about the next update after this one. They're not talking about that yet. Dogs of War basically confirmed. Golgfag's vid says first Merc faction. Actually, I think I saw that. I think I also noticed that. We were watching the Golgfag video earlier. Might just pop that back up for a second. When does it say it, Darkness? Do you know what the timestamp is? Is it at the start?
This was recorded months in advance, so there's still some placeholders in game. We're really hard at work right now and can't wait for you to get your hands on it at release.
Once that goal is met,
is it Golgfag that says it, or somebody else?
Stay employed to the client, or take our loot,
or
find new business elsewhere. Of course, once that contract's fulfilled, there's nothing preventing us from turning around and accept bickering menfolk and exotically seasoned green thing people.
I don't know. Well, anyway, if you find it, let us know. But yeah, I think I thought I heard them say something like that. Yeah. About being the first ogre faction. So yeah, it'd be. I hope they do. I hope they do Dogs of War, because I feel like it's just like I feel like the map will just be. I feel like the campaign map will just be incomplete, like if they don't fill in the Southern Realms. Like it's like when Kislev had that had the Empire. I'll do another battle there. We'll show these corn units. It's like when Kislev had the Empire placeholder. Like it just looked fucked. Like it just looked wrong and just cheap and shit. You know, it's like because Kislev, yeah, because there was like Empire, and then there was like, you know, Empire clone in Kislev's place, you know, and it was really an eyesore because it was like right there, you know, like Empire's like the most popular faction probably, and like the focus of the whole Warhammer world really, and then right next to it is this like generic placeholder faction, you know, so it was really shit. And then understandable though, they can't build everything at once, you know, but I'm saying like it just, if the game had been in that state when it ended, it would suck, you know. But yeah, so when now Kislev, proper Kislev is there, it's like so much better. Like it looks like all like legit now, you know. But then if you go down a little bit, not even that far away from the Empire, you've again got this whole like generic fucking placeholder units there again, you know. And it's like I think they're the only ones in the game, I think. Yeah, I think Southern Realms is the only thing in the game that's placeholder now, right? Like everything else is like, there might like oh, if you look at I can't show the campaign map because I can't show campaign in the updated build. I'd have to load back into like the live version. But yeah, like I think everywhere else in the world, like there might be like in Araby, for example, like there might be places where Araby should, like the Araby faction should be, and instead they've got like you know, undead or whatever, but it's not placeholders. It's just like a different faction is in that spot, like, you know. It's not like there's like a pretend Araby that's like Empire or whatever. So yeah, I think Southlands is the only, Southern Realms is the only place that's got the placeholder faction anymore. So I feel like that's like, just that fact by itself is enough to be like, I don't know, like I guess I've got faith that Creative Assembly is not going to leave the game in that state.
You know, because it's just, it'd be an eyesore, you know, like if the game was finished and stopped development and they never filled in that placeholder faction, then there would just like be this kind of eternal blemish on the campaign, you know. So I don't know, that's my thought on it. I think that they're definitely going to get rid of the Lizardmen placeholder for correct. Now I'm saying like there's factions where there should be a different faction there, but the CA's put some other faction there instead. So you could call that a placeholder in a way. But now I'm saying like a placeholder where they say this is the faction, but we haven't made that faction yet, so we just got Empire there. Do you know what I mean? Like there's no other areas of the map where they're like, oh, this is like, you know, this is the Amazons, but we haven't created the Amazons yet, so we've just got Empire there instead. Like this is either like not Empire there instead. We've got Amazons there, but they just look like Empire and they have beards. You know what I mean? Like that's what we've got for Talea now. You know, instead of like cool Italian like you know, Dons and what do you call it, merchants of Venice and so forth, we've just got Empire there. But they say they're Talayan, but they look exactly like Empire. So yes, that's what I'm saying. There's no other like just placeholder factions like that anymore. Sorry, yeah, except for Southern Realms. So yeah, so if they fix Southern Realms, that would be pretty good. 308 apparently is when he says the fateful words. All right, let's check it out. Thanks for that, Darkness.
Really different, giving Total War Warhammer its first proper mercenary faction. Been renamed to bounties and have had their own tweaks.
So I don't know. So let's say
Which can only mean fresh contracts. Golgfag's contracts are a unique way to meet new people, see the world, and make a little bit of pocket money. But they shouldn't be confused with Ogre Kingdom's contracts, which have been renamed to bounties and have had their own tweaks. Golgfag's contracts are entirely different, giving Total War Warhammer its first proper mercenary faction. Essentially, when we set up camp in a new region, the warring factions of...
Yeah, it's like... Yeah, so first mercenary faction. So you could read that as just saying that like the old ogres had the bounty system, which was previously called the contract system, but we're just like from now on we're never going to call it that anymore. So old ogres had the bounty system, which was always called the bounty system. We're never going to refer to it as contracts again. But yeah, so all ogres had the bounty system, which was sort of like mercenary, but now Golgfag's got the like proper mercenary system, which is the contract system, right? So you could think he's just saying it's the first proper mercenary compared to the old ogres. But if they're gonna put in Talea and make like Talea and or Estalia and or the Border Princes, like make them like Dogs of War mercenary factions, then you know, like Golgfag's mechanic seems like it's totally like, you know, how they're going to do it, you know. I had this theory a while ago where like quite often, you know, you see factions getting mechanics that are recycled from other factions, like, you know, like you see like Alithanar, and he's got the Stalk Stance recycled from previously when it was added for Skaven, right? And you see you know, I don't know, like I'm trying to think of another example now off the top of my head, but yeah, you know what I mean? Like there's like faction mechanics that are basically kind of like recycled versions of something that you've seen before. But I reckon there's also this phenomenon that we see occasionally where faction mechanics that we see on Lords are actually faction mechanics from future factions that we haven't seen yet, that are under development. And then the team's like, oh, we have to give this Ogre Lord some fucking mechanic, and they're like, oh cool, we're already working on this other mechanic for Dogs of War, just use that for him as well, just tweak it a bit and use that for him, you know. So I feel like that happens sometimes where we see like future mechanics, you know, for like before the actual faction that's going to use it comes out. But yeah, I don't know,
that region are eager for us to...
Anyway, let's get back to our testing. Yeah, I don't know. I hope that Dogs of War do come. Because one, I think Dogs of War would be really cool. Like I'm very like human centric and empire centric with my like love of Warhammer, and I feel like Talea and Estalia and the Border Princes really like add a bit more of that backdrop and kind of flavor for the Empire. So yeah, so anything that kind of adds to the Empire, basically, I'm a fan of. Corn. So what do I want to see? The Mutalix Vortex Beast? I forgot what we were even doing now. I think it was just you guys wanted to see the big monsters. I showed these off yesterday already, but some people maybe haven't seen them before. You want to see these dudes, the Blood Beasts? We may as well grab Scar and get some heroes in there as well. Should we do the same battle? This battle is rough. I feel like we should get rid of some of this stuff. How much? 816, 822. See, this battle, like, these guys are so expensive. Like, this army here is already worth more than this. Pretty crazy. Get Gorbad in there. Here's the new hero. Get the new Spider Rider hero. Get, what else do we get in there? Hey, let's get these things in there. They're expensive. Get some Mangler Squigs. Alright, that's close enough, right? Maybe I'll put some boys, just some boys in there as well. Alright, I don't know what the balance is going to be like on this, but that's fine, whatever. We'll figure it out. Can we go one more Blood Beast? 80250, 80775. Give me one more, boys. Alright, fine, whatever. Do we know which of the new corn are available for Valkyrie? Yes, we do. They said it in the blog tech. Should we do a different map? I could do the same map, I guess. So we'll do it like, so we were doing some unit testing with this, so for multiplayer where you have 0 stat bonuses, right? But if you want to sort of see what it's going to be like in the campaign, like I normally play on Legendary very hard with max AI stat penalties, so it would look more like this. Although, like I was saying before, I wouldn't fight an even battle. I ideally would never fight a battle that's got the same value as the enemies. But yeah. There's a lot more that they could add, but it would make the game saturated unless they expand the map again. Well, the thing is that they already have a place for Tilea, Astalia, and the Border Princes. They've got, like I was just saying, they've got placeholder units there. So, yeah, you need to. It's not like they don't need to make extra space. They just need to, yeah, replace them. But yeah, Slaanesh factions. Yeah, I think what they should do with the demon factions is have them not start on the map. Yeah, I think Moloch came up with that idea, but of having have Scarbrand and stuff not start on the map at the start of the campaign. Have him like open up a chaos portal and come through into the world randomly sometime between turn like 20 and 40. Hey Alphal, thanks so much for subscribing, man. That's awesome. Appreciate it. I'm not really concentrating on this battle. I'm too much in talking mode now. So we should have the mobility advantage, right? Some of these heroes are on foot though, aren't they? Yeah, Scar's on foot. What's that? Oh, that's Karanak.
His judgment.
Alright, the Blood Beasts. What's the speed on them? 66. 65. This guy seems to want to come out and die by himself, so we'll oblige him. see if we can get just ruffle stomp all over that guy. Get him out early. We can, we got the speed advantage, so we can just outmaneuver their army. We'll go over the right flank here. And he's done already, pretty much. Oh, bit late on that one, but it's right. Does that do damage? Yeah, it does damage. I'll try and mash up this little squad over here. Alright, let's get Scar to kill Golgfag. Try and get everyone to smash this little squad over here. We'll try and kite these guys out. Summon, block that side off. Where's Scar? He should be killing enemy lords. Again, killing Golgfag. Arbal can summon a unit of spawn as soon as there's a unit with that's below 20% health. Crap. Where's Scar? There he is.
Endless fury, endless battle.
Crap. Karanak's getting wrecked. Yeah, the Blood Beast, I'm not liking trying to tank the Black Orcs. We need to be getting them out. There we go. Alright, get back in. Need some cycle charge on these guys. Where's Scar? Did he kill Golgfag yet? He's trying. Yeah, it should have kept these guys out a little bit more. Explosion. Probably Anfingrim Skylar can cycle charge a bit as well. Debuff everybody. Yeah, I think Karanak has to come out as well. Alright, let's see if we can cycle charge back on that. Oh, the beast seems to be doing okay. Where's Golgfag? Get him. Yeah, Karanak needs to come out. Have the rest. Scar has killed Golgfag. Much. Yeah, so Arbal gets a bonus the more enemies that he has around him. So he's got plus 20 melee defense right now because he's surrounded by foes. Plus he's got this destroyer of points, so his damage goes up higher and higher the more kills that he gets and stuff. Scar got his heal, so he was really low, but now he's heal, so he's back up again. Skylar can do a bit of cycle charge. I wonder if I wonder if Karanak could take that out. He doesn't have anti-large, but we'll get back. Yeah, I need to keep these blood beasts cycle charging, I think, is the key, because they've got a pretty decent charge. They don't have much melee defense though. Get him back in there. Get him back in there. Yeah, Karanak's getting fucked up. Alright, Karanak doesn't want to do that anymore. Karanak changed his mind. Who's the other big boy? Oh, here, this guy. You go, alright, you go have a crack. This is Skylar's explosion. Bloom. Alright, that pretty much wrecked everybody there. Karanak got melted, unfortunately. They do like forward rolls. They're kind of like minotaurs. Yeah, they basically are minotaurs. I wonder if they'll get like blood greed or whatever in the campaign tech tree. This thing does look pretty terrifying up close. The cornite rat, yeah, they're cornate rat ogres essentially, yeah. Oh, yeah, they are like cornate rat ogres, aren't they? I wonder if they use the same, like mechanics and stuff as rat ogres. Warhammer 3 is not finished until they do halflings, menfish, and Amazons. Yeah, they could add those. That would be pretty cool. I'd rather see halflings, menfish, and Amazons than Koresh. I feel like Koresh is like not, you know, even though halflings, menfish, and Amazons are all really niche kind of things, I feel like they're still less niche than Koresh. You know what I mean? It's just because Koresh is like a big part of the map that I feel like a lot of people talk about them, and I think there's, you know, a few of the content creators like are big fans of the idea of Koresh and stuff. But I feel like in terms of popularity and like lore and stuff like that, there's probably more lore on the halflings than there is on Koresh. Yeah, I'd like to see Nippon as well. I probably would have liked Nippon even more than Cathay, but again, because of the map, like Cathay takes up like half the map, whereas I guess Nippon is more minor in comparison. Yeah, anyway, so Khorne. That was the big boys of Khorne. So yeah, I feel like that was a bit more of that was a pretty good battle. Like, it was a bit more of an organic battle. You know, vaguely like something you might encounter in the campaign. Whereas we showed the units yesterday, but we didn't really show them like sort of realistically fighting with them, you know? I don't know if I did like a stellar job of the battle, but basically that's kind of how it works. Is the stealthy ogre available, or is he hiding till release? Didn't see him in the trailer. Yeah, no, he's here. We were using him in one of the previous battles. What are we doing? Ogres. So if I was rolling around with Golgfag, sorry. So just say I'm playing Golgfag.
We're probably gonna have a. I can't remember which one it is, but yeah, if I showed you the first battle of Golgfag's campaign, then you would. Oh, actually, you could probably see it in the trailer. Actually, what he starts with, but yeah, I think he starts with one of the butchers. So we give him a butcher, and then say we built hero capacity for the brawler and the fire ability. Fuck, we got one of everything, right? Hunter's not high enough level to get his Stonehorn yet, though. And I don't know, we've got a couple units of ogres or whatever. And we've somehow unlocked the Ashen Man-Eater as well, of course. Oh yeah, and sorry, and I would have also probably 3 extra lords with me. So we probably go for like an Ogre Paymaster. Nope. Allow multiple lords. There we go. So we have an Ogre Paymaster. What? Oh yeah. Oh right. Sorry. Yeah, it's working. Ogre Paymaster. It's another one of these guys and a Tyrant. So this is like kind of, you know, sort of simulating a campaign. I've got a few extra lords following my lord around. Maybe the one you start off with might be beasts or something. I'm not sure. Alright, so assuming that I've like recruited an extra lord every turn or whatever. And then we'd be fighting against some shitty Empire army probably. Yeah, this is my like generic Empire army. Yeah, this is not meant to be like a difficult battle or anything, just showing off some of the units, like bash and stuff. As somebody who's a big fan of monsters, this is going to be a good time. Yeah, but we were showing before how you can use the Khorne heroes as healers as well. The Khorne lords, sorry, as healers, which is kind of cool. If you can get a regeneration item for them or something as well, that'd make it even better. And you can get a few regeneration items for Khorne. Plus you can get like the 2 new unique swords that both have regeneration.
Ain't planning to start losing now. Find a mule, Master Seeker.
Here's our boy, Ashen Man-Eater. So he's got Stalk Stance normally, so he's invisible. But then he can also drop a Man-Eater Smoke Bomb. It gives him unspottable, extra speed and melee defense, so he can like kind of get away. Inflicts minimal damage. I thought it inflicts no damage. And then he's got this, which is a hex he can put on his target, gives him minus melee defense, armor, and speed. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Ready! Let's go killing!
For the tribe! Rat-trained man. My cleaver is sharp. Perform the neat right.
What are we doing? Oh yeah, my Ashen Man-Eater is getting fucked up.
Like a bat shadow.
That's alright, he can do his debuff on this guy.
Ogre Ninja. Where's their lord? I'm trying to bash their lord. Oh, he's in here. Oh, he's too small to see. He's got a fluffy helmet on there.
They'll never suspect. Rolling hunger. Trained with the rats. Volcanic fury.
Oh, my infantry. My units are getting destroyed. Did we smash their lord, at least? I imagine we must have. Did he cease to exist?
In the smoke. Action man-eater. Guts poised.
Looking for him.
With supper.
Alright, we need to shut down these guns. As if these guns shoot our guys, they're gonna break us.
Golgfag man-eater.
Hungry.
This is the brawler. So you can cast Unbreakable. Yeah, I don't know about this Unbreakable. Yeah, you can cast Unbreakable on a unit of Noblars or whatever if he wants them to stand firm a bit longer. I suppose that's cool.
The Slaughtermaster. Golgfag the legend.
Oh yeah, I forgot about these buffs. This Hunter is just not very tanky, is he? He's getting wrecked all the time.
Biggest in the Troy.
Noblars!
Noblars!
Run away!
Leader of butchers. The undefeated ruler.
Chuck down a big heal on the Ocean Maneater. He can't, obviously the Unspottable not going to help him while he's in combat, but it'll give him a melee defense buff anyway.
Fire belly.
The target fire is real good, Lord. Oh, you mean how much damage we're getting focused by? Yeah.
Volcanoes fight. Fire belly on it. The flames rise. Give me the word.
Get everyone, pretty much everyone to pop their
Magic.
various things.
Rations. Honor. Chasing.
Take out this artillery yet?
Ogres attack.
Are there any of the new units not very good but cheap enough to make them sort of valuable? Yeah, I'm sure, I guess. Yeah, I mean,
I feel
I don't know, I mean, Pigback Riders, I guess they're like a cheap, fairly cheap unit.
gonna crush her. Count in already. Guts out, boys. Yes. Following the saints.
Campaign art embargoes tomorrow. So yeah, tomorrow's stream will be showing campaign stuff. Not really sure what I was trying to show off here. I just like big ogres just belting people. I like just squads of ogre heroes just mashing things. It's good fun.
Master of butchery. Supreme butchery. Incinerate. I'm the boss.
Yes, the ogre tyrant is still like the master of melee. Look at him. He hasn't even taken a single hit point of damage. He's got snacks, so he's regenerating, but yeah. Ask Belcher. You can do a vortex.
For the bow! My banner!
He's got another explosion. He's got 2 different explosion abilities that he can do without using any winds of magic. And the tyrant, it's pretty good.
They'll never suspect.
Ogre Ninja, it's like seeing a Tauren Rogue. Can you have a Tauren Rogue? I don't know, I haven't played WoW in a long time. Is the Tauren Rogue a thing? I don't remember ever seeing one.
Killing the ratty one.
I think you can only be like, couldn't you only be like, yeah, I'm not sure. But yeah, it's meant to be, the Ogre Ninja is supposed to be a bit of a bit, it's supposed to look a bit out of place, I guess. But yeah, I don't know, single entity with ogres is pretty cool. So this guy kept getting smashed all the time, I guess because he had no armor. I mean, this guy had no armor as well, but he wasn't getting smashed as much. I guess, yeah, it's that's the thing, when you have like the large entity, single entity units like this, it's like, as long as they're sort of all together and they're kind of mixing around, like they'll get shot a little bit, but it'll sort of spread it. Whereas but the problem with that is if one guy gets separated, then he gets wrecked. Like when you're doing like a single entity squad like this, but they aren't super tanky. Like if you have like 8 Exalted Heroes of Nogul, then like it doesn't really matter, and they're on foot. It doesn't really matter if one of them gets separated out of the pile, like they're just so tanky they'll be okay. But when if you try and do a single entity blob with like fire bellies that have got like no armor, not very good melee defense, you know, they, even though they're not tanky really at all, like just kind of keeping them in a blob and they're kind of moving around each other kind of seems to keep them alive. But yeah, if they get separated, then yeah, they get fucked. All right. Ogres and Greenskins is going to make for a bashy DLC. Well, yeah, and Khorne's the other one. So yeah, there's no let up in the bashiness from Khorne. But yeah, I don't know. Was there anything else you guys wanted to see? Was there something else I was supposed to show that I forgot? Can we kill some elves? Yeah, I mean, Khorne versus elves would be pretty good. Yeah, was there something else I was supposed to be showing that I hadn't got around to yet? But yeah, I think basically Valkyria gets most of the stuff. I'm not sure if she gets the I'm not sure if she gets the, I don't know if she gets the extra Lord, does she? I know she does get the extra Lord, I'm pretty sure. Sorry, just screwing around here. Yeah, so somebody asked before about like what stuff Valkyria gets. So yeah, so Scarbrand, Skulltaker, Arbal, and Valkyria, and the Demon Prince, only if he's fully aligned with Khorne, will have access to the Skull Reapers, Wrathmongers, and Scar Bloodwrath. Scarbrand, Skulltaker, Arbal, and Valkyria, not the Demon Prince, will have access to the Blood Speaker. So that's pretty cool. So Valkyria's going to actually have a second Lord now, because it does get a bit like samey when you're playing as Valkyria, and all you've got is like, you know, Khorne Lord, Khorne Lord, Khorne Lord, Khorne Lord. Every single dude's a Khorne Lord. So yeah, so Valkyria with Blood Speakers would actually be pretty cool. Okay, oh yeah, so also Archaon does not have access to any of these units yet, but it's something we want to address in the future. So Archaon essentially will eventually get everything, I guess. Khorne versus elves? Yeah, we need to kill some elves with Khorne, don't we? I feel like there was one other one that I promised to show that I forgot. But, so versus elves. I think I want to do like just some generic Chaos Warriors. Actually, maybe we'll just do like generic Marauders. And then we'll have some Skull Reapers and some Skull Reapers and some Wrathmongers. And then I want to have some dogs and some normal dogs and some cavalry and some juggernauts. All right, it's pretty expensive, real super expensive army, but you know, that's fine. And the high elves, I just want one of these like generic low tier armies of high elves. So it'll be like shitloads of spearmen, and they'd have like heaps of archers. Not as many archers as I'd probably have if I was playing high elves, but you know, and they'll have a couple of units of silver helms, 4 units of silver helms maybe. Yeah, something like that. And they can have Tyrion. Oh, I suppose they should have a wizard as well, maybe. What sort of wizardry should we give them? Let's give them Lore of Fire. We like fire. Alright. So our army like dramatically outclasses their army. I'm just trying to think if I should tone it down a bit or if we should just go with it. Just go with it as it is. I might go for less yeah, we'll just go for more infantry area. How's that? 82k versus 85k. Yeah, so we're still like our army's still like way better than theirs, but yeah, that's fine. I feel like this is still an army that if I had to face this army with this in campaign, I still feel like I would be kind of scared that we were going to take a lot of damage and maybe lose some units. I wouldn't necessarily be scared we're going to lose, but I'd be scared that I might take damage and lose units. How do you find high elf stuff? What's a good elf map? That'll do. What was that, Shiro? Is that like your password or something? Yeah, so we're back tomorrow when the campaign embargoes down. I'm thinking we're gonna do, yeah, maybe like an hour or two of just like checking out all of the free LC update changes, and then we'll excuse me, and then we'll can we just do a bit of a stealth attack through the forest?
Blood for the blood god! Older than empires! Exalted hero of Khorne! Khorne's
Oh, these guys are all on their mounts. That made them more expensive as well. Right. Alright, we'll move up here, ready to mess with them now. If we can tilt them this way, we might be able to get this wheel around so they actually cross the river. With trying to face our units over here, as long as they don't see them. Yeah, I think it's coming.
Marauders of Khorne!
Alright.
Blood for the blood god!
These guys are just going to stay stationary. Alright. Yeah, just get out of that. Alright. Get some Wrathmongers and Skull Reapers and this cavalry in here. So try and shut down these archers with our infantry.
Skull Reapers of Scaramore! We come for war! Moving! Sent by chaos! Hunting souls!
Alright, all the archers are getting shut down.
We come!
Alright, we get these Skull Reapers to go in the back of them. These guys to recharge them.
Forward with fury! Devastation! Fight and kill! Yes!
Oop, dogs are meant to be shutting them down. Our Baal's just trying to shut down these guys.
Khorne's greatest warriors!
Can't really see much, but yeah. The Wrathmongers are mashing up some elves.
Axe-Father's marauders! Seeking torment!
Oh yeah, my knights got stuck.
Carnage moves! Swords for Khorne! Born of the brazen cage! Uproot no path! Claim it for Khorne!
The Wrathmongers to recharge these guys.
For him! Skull Reapers of Scaramore!
Look at the Skull Reapers.
No blood boil!
Yeah, all the archers are pretty much screwed up. These archers are doing a lot of damage to us, so we need to shut them down. Oh shit! Tyrion's kicking the shit out of my hero. Oh well, that's how it goes.
Ruinous urge! Follow the
Alright,
blood!
shut down those archers. Get Scar to go after Tyrion. I think other people had tested Scar and found that he pretty much kills everybody in the game. So I assume he will kill Tyrion as well. Get this cav to shut down their archers. Oh yeah, we can summon... they died.
With unceasing vigor, searching for battle! Bloodthirst in our souls! Eradication!
Yeah, I'm trying to keep shutting down all the archers with my mobility units and try to get my elite. Here we go. Scar versus Arbal. I mean Arbal. Scar versus Tyrion.
I rise, armies fall. No more regret. Arbal the undefeated.
Look at Scar. Just ripping Tyrion apart. Just annihilating him. Tyrion's gonna have his Star of Avalon. Heal him in a second. Wrathmongers are still trying to kill the cavalry. I think Tyrion got his star. He healed up.
Trample their corpses. We bring him victory. King and country.
Wrathmongers and Skull Reapers onto some elves. So the Skull Reapers are AoEing, no, the Wrathmongers are AoEing and knocking the Skull Reapers over as well, I think. What's going on? Or maybe this Skull Reapers just get knocked over by the spearman. That was it. Yeah, that's correct. Thanks, J.01. Star League Defense Force just asked, if I buy the trilogy, do I have to install all three? Can I just have number 3 and enjoy it? Yeah, you can just install, you can buy game 1, 2, and 3 of Warhammer and then just install 3. And you don't need to install 1 and 2. As long as you own them, then you get them. Zoom hotkey is N.
The North abides.
And K is to get rid of the UI. But yeah, I'm sure other people would want to know that as well. Yeah, so as long as you own Warhammer 3, you don't need 1 and 2 installed. I mean, as long as you own 1 and 2, you don't need them installed. You only need to install Warhammer 3. But if you are looking at getting into this game, I do recommend, if you can find the trilogy on special, I do recommend grabbing that. I've got an affiliate link for Instant Gaming that I usually recommend as well. So yeah, if you want to buy the keys, I'd recommend you check out Instant Gaming or some other key site if it's not on special heavily on Steam. It does go, the Warhammer does go on special a lot on Steam, and often quite heavily, like 60% off, 50% off, whatever. Especially Warhammer 1 and 2, they could be like 75% off or 60% off, But if it's not on special on Steam, there'll usually be keys on instant, like Steam keys you can get from Instant Gaming or, one of those other CD keys, Games Planet, whatever. Get it cheaper on one of those places. But yeah, I think Games Planet is one of the cheapest. Instant Gaming, sorry, is one of the cheapest ones. So I usually recommend that. But yeah, there might be other ones that are probably similarly cheap. Yeah, I don't think I don't know if Instant Gaming will have any keys for this when it comes out. So there's no pre-order for this. You can't buy. I don't think you can buy keys until the 12th. When it actually launches, you can only buy it when it launches. So yeah, so instant, like I was saying, I usually recommend Instant Gaming. Yeah, the release date is the 12th of December. But yeah, so I was just going to say, I usually recommend Instant Gaming or one of those other key sites. Get a Steam key, you get it heavily discounted. But maybe probably not for this one because it's just coming out, so it won't be heavily discounted. But it'd probably be a bit discounted. But I don't know about the other places, but Instant Gaming usually doesn't have keys when it first comes out. Like, it usually takes a while after release before they get keys. So I'm trying to get a deal. I'm trying to get a deal from another place to get a 15% or 10 or 15% discount. I don't know how much it's going to be yet. Discount for that. So if you guys want to use that well, assuming I get that, if you want to use that, then you can use that. If I don't get it, if I can't get it or whatever, just check out the other like Total War creators. Most of them will have some sort of affiliate key or whatever. So just like check out, just check their link and see if it's see if it's cheaper, and just get it wherever it's cheaper. But yeah, I imagine at least somebody will have some keys for like 15% off or something like that. But I don't think you'll be able to do much better than that. You won't be able to get it for like 50% off or whatever, like you normally can. Like on instant gaming right now, Warhammer 3 is probably like 60% off or something. Yeah, like right now, Warhammer 3 is like 65% off on instant gaming. That's to get a Steam key, and then you take the Steam key and go and activate it on Steam, but I'm pretty sure there won't be any keys for Omens of Destruction, at least for a few weeks after, or a couple of weeks or something after it comes out. So yeah, so if you want to get it straight away, like if you want to wait a few weeks or whatever, then yeah, you'll probably be able to get it heaps cheaper. But if you want to get it straight away, and I do, and I assume most of you guys do too, then yeah, you might probably just check out yeah, hopefully I'll have a discount thing, but if I don't, one of the other more organized or more established content creators, I'm sure they would have a key with a discount or whatever. Hey Sam, heard that chat? Go get yourself something nice before Christmas. Yeah. Go get it from somebody. Go get it from somebody else, because I don't have a discount. I don't have a discount for you. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get one though. I've been messaging this dude, so hopefully I'll be able to get a discount link for you guys. But yeah, and if anyone else knows like of a cheaper places, like cheaper legit sort of places that that you've dealt with before and that they're legit or whatever, then yeah, share it around, I guess. But yeah, I think that'll probably do me for tonight, guys. Yeah, I've been really kind of enjoying testing out these different units and stuff like that, but I'm pretty keen to get onto the campaign stuff tomorrow. So yeah, that should be cool. I wonder if I should do a bit of I don't know. Do you guys want to see more battle stuff? I don't know. I feel like we've kind of covered it, Could do a Oh yeah, sorry. Thanks heaps for the super chat, by the way, Sam. So I don't know if I said thanks. Appreciate that, man. That's awesome. That's a good Christmas present for Mercy. Blackhawks did well. Yeah. One more cool battle. You gotta be more specific than that. What would be the cool battle that you want to see? I'm willing to do one more cool battle if you can suggest a cool battle that we would like to see. I just basically want to watch Wrathmongers and Skull Reapers kill people in close up in melee combat. I don't know how cool it is, but that's pretty much what I like to see. I just like Khorne, even just Khorne Chosen. Get rid of these fools. Blackhawks versus new Khorne Elite Infantry. Alright, let's do it. Skull Reapers aren't anti-armor, so they're not that great against Blackhawks, but I'd get rid of his ability so it doesn't kill me. Kill our Baal. Rogue idol. Get a giant in there. Get some Mangler Squigs. Do the Mangler Squigs do damage to their own units? I'm not sure. 71. Look how much my army's like super elite. Corn is so elite. Like their stuff is so expensive and so powerful. Get some colossal squigs in there. We're up to 7-1. So yeah, I don't think we can even like. All right, this worked. All right, that's actually pretty even. I'm probably gonna die now. Are you able to speak about how the Wrathmongers interact with the Warriors Chaos Warband system? Nah, I can't talk about anything to do with the campaign until tomorrow. But I won't be able to talk about the Wrathmongers until tomorrow either because Lucius wants to be on stream. Yeah, we're probably gonna. I feel like we're gonna lose this, but yeah, let's see how we go. But what was I gonna say? I'll just do it like normal. I watched a movie last night called Finch and Mrs. Mercy. It's got like Tom Hanks in it, and he basically has a dog, and he makes it's in like a post-apocalyptic America, and basically he makes a robot to look after his dog after he dies, and yeah, it was pretty sweet movie. All right, the Chosen are probably the tankiest. I'll try and take the high ground.
Some clarity.
I wonder if we can keep going. Try and get all the way over here. How's the tiredness going? Fresh? Still fresh. Yeah, running around doesn't seem to do too much to them.
Time to despoil. Limb from limb. The Scaramore soul. Tirelessly onwards.
Look how big the orcs are. The Black Orcs are this giant. The Wrathmongers are pretty giant as well. I think they're a bit bigger than the Chosen. Giant squig. Now this giant's pretty easy.
Skull Reapers of Scaramore. Bloodthirst in our souls.
Alright, try and get these guys to hold them off while we come around the back.
Our demon souls compel the Artful's grave.
Yeah, this side's gonna get wrecked a little bit.
I feel his regard. We bring the end of all. We deliver oblivion. All will end.
No, we lost some of the Wrathmongers already. Yeah, they're rolling up this side way faster than we're rolling up this side. That was my fault though, I wasn't organised enough.
Other heels, destruction. All shall see.
I don't think we've got any of their units down low enough to...
Treasure of course.
Oh, these guys are holding up pretty well. So these the Black Orcs have popped an ability that gives them minus 20 melee, minus 24 melee attack and plus 24 melee defense. So they're super high melee defense, but they've got like shitty melee attack. I think they're wired up at the moment, so they've actually got a bit of, yeah, they've got a bit of melee attack still. But once that goes away, they basically won't do much damage to us. Wrathmonger's doing their thing. You can turn one of these units that's below 20% health, you can just kill them instantly and turn them into a cow spawn. Get Arbal away from that giant. It's like shredding us.
Carnage moves for the blood god. It aids ruin. Seas of blood.
Alright. Try and keep these chosen, just because the chosen are kind of tanky. They got heavy armor. Keep the chosen in. I'll try and get the Wrathmongers to go around and cycle charge. Wrathmongers, a lot of the Wrathmongers that are mixed in with other units that haven't died yet are doing okay. But the ones that were isolated, obviously, not doing that great.
Older than empires. Forward with fury. Kill and kill some more.
Kill and kill some more.
Our
Good,
blood
good
boils.
advice. Words to live by.
Wrathmongers. Bloodthirst in our souls.
These guys are doing alright, even though these guys are super heavily armored, super defensive. They can't really hit us because they've got super low melee attack when they've got their ability on.
Arbal the undefeated.
Where's our bar? Oh shit,
Where I go,
not where we wanted to be.
nothing will deter me. Murder for corn.
Need to get him in there so he can use his ability.
The only way. We deliver oblivion.
Yeah, Con Chosen. Dual wielding Con Chosen. Look at him, he's so cool. I love him. I think I like Con Chosen better than the Wrathmongers, to be honest. The Wrathmongers are cool, but Con Chosen are just, you know, peak performance.
Retreat. We sow extinction on our heels. Destruction. The world will burn.
Yeah, we can run them off the map.
Most murderous.
The Skull Reapers aren't probably doing too great because they don't have armor piercing.
Skull Reapers of Scarabor. Chosen of corn for the fight.
Oh, where's Arbal? He got deleted. That's not great.
Back. Fall back. With valor. Khan behold.
Alright, we got rid of the big boys.
Corn punishes us. Rip body from bone.
Punishes us.
Most murderous.
Actually, we'll make sure Gorbad doesn't come back.
Annihilation.
Alright, let's get these guys around.
Demon souls compel.
We might have this.
His thirst is slaked. Merciless and wrath.
Maybe.
Bored.
We've got superior leadership, I think, for this situation.
Chosen of corn. They die.
Nah, this squig's still alive.
Corn's reaper. Chosen of corn. Broken.
You can see how tired they are now. All the negatives.
Slaughter and prevail. He sees our progress.
Alright, I'll get these guys to come around the side here. Stay away from this squig so they don't get terror routed. I feel like they're emblematic of most of the End Times designs. They look like they belong to a different game since all those units are basically intended to be used in Age of Sigmar. So they look more like Age of Sigmar than Warhammer Fantasy Battles. Yeah, that's probably a good way of explaining it. Yeah, the Wrathmongers look a bit too Age of Sigmar-y for me. they don't seem to fit in with the rest of the corn kind of idea. They're still pretty badass though.
Flames calls for him.
I like this. I like the Skull Reapers as well. They're all shiny and chrome. They want the Axe Father to witness them.
Renews our vigor.
Anyway, that was cool. Good to see the boys lauded some greenskins. But yeah, Chosen, Born Chosen, that's the best. I feel like the Corn Chosen still hold up pretty well as well.
Make claim.
Yeah. Alright guys, well yeah, no thanks so much for hanging out, and I will see if I can chuck a host over to somebody else. Searching for OP units. Okay, Anticity is searching for OP units. So we'll chuck you over to that. Anticity's also got the early access. So he can show off some more new unit stuff. If you guys want to see some more of that. Alright guys, thanks so much for hanging out. Thanks so much for the super chats and the donations and stuff. Really appreciate it. And yeah, I'll see if I can try and get a discount thing for you for Omens of Destruction, but we'll see how we go. Alright, see you later.